Is now in session for its regularly scheduled meeting of July 19th, 2018. We're pleased to meet today at the Metro Nashville Board of Education Board Meeting Room, and we're very appreciative to MNPS for accommodating us and meeting in this location, given that early voting is underway here in Nashville and all across the state of Tennessee. So we're appreciative of their help as we are presently displaced from our normal meeting room, the Sunny West Conference Room, during the early voting period. My name is John Michael. I'll be making the presentation of the cases to the board for their review in today's public hearings. Here at the outset of the meetings, we would ask everyone, board members, members of the audience alike, please silence your phones, your tablets, or any other electronic devices so that the board's hearings will not be interrupted. Each presenter has only a limited amount of time, and we don't want anything to disrupt that time. In each of today's public hearings, the board will review the correspondence that's been submitted both in support of and opposition to each of the cases. The board reviews correspondence and recommendations from other government agencies and from elected officials in some instances as well. In today's hearings, staff will present the site plans, photographs, maps, and other documents that comprise the case record for the board's consideration. At the conclusion of a staff presentation, an appellant will have the opportunity to present his or her case. After an appellant's presentation, those wishing to speak in support of an appeal would have the opportunity to speak as well. Then, if a case is contested, opponents will have the opportunity to make their desired presentations. The appellants then, in contested cases, would have the opportunity to come back and make rebuttal testimony as needed in those instances. Under BZA rules, an appellant has 5 minutes for presentation if no opposition is present. For contested cases, both sides have 10 minutes to make their desired presentations to the board. Again, that is 10 minutes per side, not per speaker. We encourage people to divvy up their time in advance accordingly if necessary. Should the appellant wish to provide rebuttal testimony, it should come out of that originally allocated 10 minutes. At the conclusion of each of the hearings, the board will deliberate and then vote on that case. The board is authorized with the power to do so under the provisions of the Metro Zoning Code, specifically Section 17.40.180. All of the section numbers to which we refer today come from the Metro Zoning Code, which applies to the entire jurisdiction of the metropolitan government. The Zoning Code was adopted by the Metro Council and took effect on January 1st, 1998. I'll introduce the entire Zoning Code and make it part of today's record for each of the cases. The Metro Code requires a record of these proceedings. Because BZA meetings are recorded for public television, it's imperative that anyone addressing the board come forward, speak into the microphone here at the lectern after identifying themselves by name and address for the benefit of our record. The Metro Code requires 4 members of our 7-member board in order to establish quorum. The code also requires at least 4 affirmative votes in order to grant an appeal. Members of the public here in attendance today will note that we have exactly 4 members of our board present. Therefore, every case that is presented today will be required to obtain 4 affirmative votes in order to obtain the variance, special exception, or other permission sought through the appeal. Any cases that fail to get 4 affirmative votes in today's hearing will stay on the board's agenda for at least 30 days, giving the board an opportunity to take up that case at a later date. The only exception, of course, is in the event that there is a motion to deny an appeal, and that obtains 4 votes. Regardless, other cases would stay on the board's docket for 30 days. Any application that fails to receive 4 affirmative votes within 30 days of the original public hearing will be deemed denied by operation of law. Pursuant to board rules and local law, an aggrieved party may file appeals to board decisions to the Chancery Court of Davidson County. That must be done within 60 days of the original hearing date. Additionally, an aggrieved party may file a motion for rehearing within 60 days of the original hearing date, pursuant to the terms of the BZA rules and regulations. After that time elapses, the board's decision becomes final. No formal action can be taken thereafter. For the appellants, if your appeal is granted, you are in fact required to obtain the permit for which you applied. A permit must be obtained within 2 years in order for a board's approval to remain valid. After such time, you would have to go back to square one and file for your appeal at the BZA all over again. It should be noted that if any false or misleading testimony is presented to the board, any board approval could be revoked at a later date by means of a show cause hearing before the BZA. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll submit that all the cases have been filed in the proper order. All appellants have been notified by certified mail, and all legal notice requirements have been fulfilled. We have no immediate last-minute deferrals as requested by the appellants other than one near the beginning of the docket. And that was case number 2018-252 involving the property at 1802 8th Avenue South. The parties requested a deferral of one meeting, and as a result, that case will be heard on our August 2nd docket. Again, August 2nd, 2018. That is the only deferral scheduled at this time, Mr. Chairman. As members of the public know, the board also utilizes a consent agenda. One board member reviews the record for each case prior to the hearing and identifies any cases where the appellants have met the criteria for their requested action. If the reviewing board member determines that testimony in the case would not alter the material facts, then that case is recommended to the board for its approval. We will enter into the record those cases that have been so recommended, and if anyone is here in opposition to one of the cases on consent agenda, just raise your hand, make sure that we note you, and the case will be removed from consent agenda and then heard in its regular order. Mr. Chairman, the first case recommended for the consent agenda is case 2018-352 involving the property at 3242 Hummingbird Drive, requesting variances from terms of the contextual overlay district. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 352? Seeing none, the next case recommended. Okay, please raise your hand so that I might see you and pull that from the consent agenda. That case will be heard in its regular order. May we assume that cases 353 and 354 also have opponents in attendance? Yes, very well. Those three cases will be heard in their regular order. The next case recommended for consent agenda is case 2018-356. That is a case involving the property at 201 23rd Avenue North, requesting a variance from setback requirements for a small monument sign. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 356? Seeing no one, that case will be recommended for the consent agenda. The next case on the consent agenda is 2018-358, involving the property at 500 Hickory Hills Boulevard, requesting a variance from sidewalk requirements with a stipulation that they meet planning's recommendation of providing the right-of-way. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 358? Seeing none, that case will remain on consent agenda. Next is case 2018-369, involving the property at 720 McFerrin Avenue, requesting a variance from sidewalk requirements. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 369? Seeing none, that case will be recommended for consent agenda. Next, case 2018-372, involving the property at 609 Shady Lane. The request is for a change in legally nonconforming use. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 372? Seeing none, that case will remain on consent agenda. And finally, case number 374, that's 2018-374, previously recommended for consent, is now withdrawn from consent, will be heard in its regular order. And case 2018-380, previously recommended for consent, will be withdrawn and heard in its regular order. If there's any update to the proposed consent agenda or other changes involving deferrals or anything else, we'll advise the board as those emerge during the course of the meeting. At present, however, the consent agenda remains intact as follows. Case 356, case 358, case 369, and case 372. Toward that end, we would solicit a motion from the board for the consent agenda.
Okay, those are the following cases. They've been moved to the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion about the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Oppose. Passes unanimously 4-0. John Michael.
For the members of the public who are here on any of the cases that just passed on consent agenda, you're done. Approval has been granted. Please see code staff as early as tomorrow. More than likely, Monday is better, in order to pursue the permit which you have now been approved for. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon. Mr. Chairman, this is the point in the meeting where we like to recognize the elected officials who are in attendance with us today. Notice all Councilmember Berkeley Allen. We'll invite Councilmember Allen to the lectern to address the board.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Berkeley Allen, 3521 Byron Avenue. I represent District 18, the Vanderbilt-Belmont area. I'm here to speak with you about case 2018-366, which is a sidewalk variance request for 2812 Hillside Drive. We have worked with the owner on this, and we support their request for a variance. I'm not sure if we're exactly asking for the same thing they're asking for, but we are in tune with the end result that we would like to get, and I'm counting on you to be creative to come up with whatever solution is needed to get us to that point. This is an interesting pie-shaped lot on a very steep hill, and we met on site with the nearby neighbors and took note of the 3 mature trees that are in the path of where a sidewalk would go on a street that very likely might, in an engineered situation, determine that the sidewalk should be on the other side of the street. Regardless, if a sidewalk goes in, it will require an awful lot of very complex design to put in on that street and make it work well due to the topography and drainage issues. So our feeling as a neighborhood was that that building an actual sidewalk would not be in the best interest of a comprehensive sidewalk network connection for that street. What makes it interesting is that because the frontage of this pie-shaped lot is so long, it is much less expensive for the owner to cut down the 3 trees and put in some type of sidewalk as opposed to paying the sidewalk in lieu fee. So we are simply looking for some type of process that would enable us to continue our discussion with them so that they could at least begin their building process on the house itself. The sidewalk, if it were to be built, wouldn't happen until much later in the process. That may just mean tying the issuance of the occupancy permit to whether the sidewalk is built or the in lieu fee is paid. That would, to me, afford us the time to continue to discuss solutions to this. What is important to the neighbors is the preservation of the shade trees. That's the biggest piece of why they would be resistant to having a sidewalk. It's a very walkable neighborhood. People do walk on this street. It just doesn't make sense in this case. But it is important to protect those trees. If there is a way to tie all this together to say we support their waiting to make this decision of what that sidewalk in lieu fee should be, or whether they should actually build the sidewalk until later in the process, but we need appropriate tree protection as is recommended by landscaping experts, not just an orange fence around the trunks, which is where we are currently. So adequate protection that goes all the way out to the tree drip line would be needed to ensure that the construction process itself doesn't damage the trees. And if it is possible, and this may be asking more than y'all have the jurisdiction to do, if it would be possible to work this out so that we know a year after the construction has ended that the trees are in good shape before final decision on what the payment is, that would give everybody an incentive to preserve the trees and to pay something into the sidewalk fund, which they're willing to do, that is meaningful and will ultimately be part of a sidewalk being built in a comprehensive and appropriate fashion for this street, rather than simply a one-off, very difficult sidewalk with some retaining walls and things like that. I sent you yesterday a letter from the neighbors stating their support for this this approach. So they again have stated very, very strongly that they are willing to work with the owner. They appreciate the communication that we've had so far, and we ask for additional time, probably is what we're asking for, to work this out. But we would like for the owner to go ahead and be able to start building the structure of the house with the idea that we would get this piece figured out before they got to the use and occupancy permit. So with that, I ask for your creativity and your support of a good solution. Thank you very much.
I have a
Any
question.
questions?
Answer
I do
questions.
have a question. When you say waiting to pay the in lieu fee, does that mean there's some kind of legislation that may change what the in lieu fee is?
The sidewalk ordinance was passed almost a year ago, and at the time we were all thrilled. I was a co-sponsor of that ordinance. I'm excited to see more sidewalks being built, but we knew that we would learn as we went along sort of what type of situations might be unintended consequences. I feel like this is one of those. The council member who sponsored that bill, Councilmember Henderson, has requested that we wait a full year and to look for patterns that sort of group together different circumstances that we may not have anticipated when we put together the specific rules. So we're getting close to that 1 year time where we will have gathered enough patterns to say, you know, we're sort of noticing that on corner lots, for example, this treatment makes things really difficult or something like that. I feel like this may well fit into the corner lot definition. It's a pie-shaped lot at the split in the road. So I can't guarantee that, but I believe that that is in the works. And certainly this building process will be a year from now before they get to the point where they're done with the house and they would be beginning to build on the sidewalk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
may know it's quite difficult on us this past year to decide on the in lieu fee. Sometimes it's extraordinary and it doesn't seem fair, but then other times people do have to pay the in lieu fee, and that's not fair to them as well. So we have plenty of input we can give if we can be of help with that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And I know that's been a big issue with y'all, so if you can just help us continue our communication, we would appreciate that opportunity. Any other questions? I know it's a complicated ask. Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here.
Sure thing.
Mr. Chairman, we're also joined by the council member from District 6, Brett Withers. Councilman Withers.
Good afternoon. Thank you to members of the board. I have two cases that are in District 6 that I would like to comment on briefly, as well as one that's in District 7 but is very close by the District 6 border. The two in District 6 are short-term rentals. The first one is case number 2018-269 for property located at 706 South 12th Street. Unlike the other case where I have heard from the appellant, I have not had any contact from this appellant or representative for this particular case. However, I have heard from neighbors, and I believe that y'all have received correspondence as well, that there are, concerns that it's being operated as or in a manner that is similar to a non-owner occupied short-term rental. It appears that there was a property transfer. Some of the room dates that were booked probably by the original owner were kept, which is not within keeping within the law. I do understand that this is a person who's not been living in the Nashville area for at least for a little while, who's purchased this property, so there may be some misunderstandings. But for that particular case, I do have some concerns about, I want to echo the concerns of the neighbors as to ensuring that that our properties on a going forward basis are compliant with the owner-occupied requirement for residential zoning, which this has. So I can't stay for the deliberations today, but I would encourage the board to have a full discussion with the appellant to ensure that this is in fact a primary residence. The other case is much easier, which is case 2018-367 for property at 205 South 13th Street. I was contacted by the appellant, the homeowner who is here today, and the homeowner let me know that they had rented the home out while they were on a vacation and hadn't understood that they needed to have a permit in place prior to that. That appears to me to be somewhat of an honest mistake, and they are coming before the board and wanting to seek permission to come into compliance so that they can have a permit in case they would ever want to rent their place out while they're on their vacation in the future. And I think that's a reasonable request, and so I'm willing to support their appeal on that one and would join them in extending an appeal to the board for a little bit of mercy for a past indiscretion, but it seems like this is very commensurate with a type 1 permit. The other one that I just wanted to comment on is case 2018-320 for property located at 1515 Porter Road. This is located in District 7, just kind of over the line from District 7 after you leave District 6 on Porter Road. This particular structure is a 3-story structure currently. A couple of years ago, even before I was on the council, but a couple of years ago we had a lot of discussion about building heights and massing in infill housing situations being incompatible with the neighborhood character. As a neighborhood leader, I actually worked very closely with Councilmember Walter Hunt on what became the Duplex Bill 2014-770, and we sort of were able to come up with some general agreement between neighborhood activists and builders about height-width ratios for duplexes, and I believe that this particular building does happen to meet those criteria. Nevertheless, it is a three-story building, and in that portion of the neighborhood, that's quite a bit taller than most things that are around it. And so in those circumstances, there already is a heightened concern in the community about the actual height of buildings, and I do share a concern that adding something that would be considered by codes to be a fourth floor sort of makes that situation worse, and is something that we would want to weigh very, very carefully. I, again, can't stay for the whole deliberation today, but I'd be curious to know if there is, a topographical hardship that is being claimed as a reason for needing that accommodation. Otherwise, I do have a concern that we could have any number of three-story structures in our neighborhoods that would be coming before you with requests for third-floor decks with roofs, which again would sort of reignite some tensions that we thought that we had resolved legislatively with height-width ratios and things like that. So I don't know enough about the case to vehemently oppose it, but I do have some concerns about it and would hope that the board would consider those concerns that neighbors have right in that area. Councilmember Anthony Davis and I have also recently worked with neighbors on applying a contextual overlay in the area just south of there. So that definitely is a concern in that particular part of the community about how height and massing of infill development coordinates with the surrounding communities. But with that, those are all of my comments, unless any of the board members have questions for me.
Any questions for the councilman? Nope. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for your service.
John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, in just a couple of minutes, we'll launch into the presentation of our first public hearing. Two items before we do so. One, for members of the audience, it's been brought to our attention by staff here at the building that someone is parked in a disabled parking space outside that is a reserved space. You are not the reserved person. You have been invited to check and confirm and move your car as needed, or apparently they will be inclined to help you move it to a tow lot. Govern yourself accordingly with that announcement. Mr. Chairman, we'll need one moment to set up here with the computer, and we'll be ready to start the first hearing in a moment.
Okay. Yeah, do we know what kind of car it was?
Do not.
Way back. No takers. Takers. And Mr. Chairman, before we launch into the first case to be presented, there was one last announcement for case number 380 involving the property at 851 Clayton. I believe it's the last regular zoning case on today's docket. After the request of the council member, the appellant has agreed to continue that matter, or have it deferred rather, to our next docket, which is April the 2nd, so that they can cure any remaining questions regarding notice. Again, that's case number 380, deferred by agreement, one meeting to August the 2nd.
Mr. Chairman, case 2018-151 is the first case for the board's consideration today. The request is for a variance regarding the floor area restrictions for an accessory structure. The property in question, shown here on the aerial map, is 532 Maplewood Lane, Council District Number 8. The proposal is for a detached accessory structure to be used as a garage, totaling 1,200 square feet. The limit, of course, under the zoning code, under 17.12, the bulk regs, is 700 feet. Face of the property, and up and down Maplewood Lane, just to give you some orientation with regard to the lot. Keith Beverly is the appellant and owner of the property at 532 Maplewood Lane. Although the case is not on consent agenda, there is no input at this point from the district council member. If Mr. Beverly would come forward and make your presentation to the board with regard to the variance request.
Yes, I'm Keith Beverly, reside at 532 Maplewood Lane, and I would like to build my garage. Well, actually, it's a prefab metal garage that I want to put on the site. And, well, basically what I need is just places really to store. I got an antique car, a boat, and I still want to have space to have my storage, and that's basically where I'm at on it. And
Questions for the applicant?
Is there a certain hardship related to the site or something that, other than what you stated?
no, it's just that, well, like I say, I basically ordered the building and stuff, and I didn't know at the time it was just a 700 square foot, minimum, and the building is 1,200 square feet. It's a 30 by 40. I've actually talked to my neighbors and stuff, and they seem to have no problem with it. I have some letters from different neighbors in the neighborhood saying that shouldn't be a problem.
Did you bring those letters with you?
Yes, I did, sir.
Can we have them?
Just a couple of them. Yeah, just had a couple of them.
So the location of this garage is going to be near the back of the property, kind of
Yes, the back of the property.
beyond the swimming pool and all of that?
Yes, just looking at the picture, I've taken down those and getting ready to put the building, the back two buildings that's in the back. I've taken those down, had them removed from the property.
What kind of buildings were they?
Just the portable storage buildings, like the barn-type buildings that are on the skids. Well, one of them. And the other one was just an older building that had been on the property for a while. And like I say, I got rid of those.
Okay. Board members, any other questions? Do you have anything else to add? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. I have a question for John Michael. Is there is this kind of structure allowed given the material it's made out of?
The material is not a problem with regard to the structure itself. We see accessory structures all over the county that are either prefab or otherwise constructed in this manner. It does require a permit. Typically, when they come in to apply for a permit is when we catch that the dimensions don't fit within the 700-foot limitation, hence the variance request. To your, again, recapping, no, not a problem with the material.
Any other questions for John Michael? Okay, deliberation. We have 2 letters of support and no opposition letters or people here. Are there people? Nope. John Michael?
Is this in reference to the along Festival Lebanon Road there?
No. Okay. Discussion.
Well, I hate to be the negative one here, but we have a lot of people that come to the board and want larger accessory structures, and unless there's a real hardship, I have trouble finding a reason to vote for approval of this, because there's a reason that the zoning code was written that way, and again, without a real hardship, I'm not sure I can vote in favor.
Do you want to have any more discussion before we have a motion? Anyone care to have a motion?
Guess I'll do it. I will move to deny the variance request.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Motion denied. The variance denied. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case to be presented to the board is case 2018-320, involving the property at 1515 Porter Road. Rachel Waldrop, the appellant and owner of that property, requests a variance from the number of floors allowed for the residential structure in this and R6 zoning district as part of an addition or amendment to an existing single-family residence. Aerial photograph shown here gives the layout of the structure on the lot. The elevations submitted give a nice, clear indication of the structure from my recent site visit from the street. And views up and down the street there on the lower portion of this slide, the view across the street in the upper. The issue here, of course, as noted correctly by the councilman from District 6, is that although it's fine to have a 3-story residential structure at this location, which is what you have, and it's fine to have a stairway leading to a rooftop patio or rooftop deck, as it were, once you cover any portion of the patio, that is, under the zoning code, the definition of another floor. No, it's not completely enclosed, air-conditioned, heated, et cetera, but you do create a 4th floor as soon as you cover it. As a result, anything more than the stairs bulkhead and a little landing point there is tantamount to having a 4th floor, thus the variance request for the project that would give rise to the 4th floor. Again, if Ms. Waldrop is present, please come forward at this time, or the representative for the Waldrops. Case 320 is presented to the board on request for this variance. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 320? Seeing none, that'll be 5 minutes for the appellant to make the desired presentation.
Before you leave, John Michael, so you're saying that these 2 covered sides are the ones that you're talking about that are covered, that shouldn't be covered?
Ask that again, please.
That the 2 sides here that have the slanted roof, that shouldn't have?
This is an A and B unit, right?
Yeah, it's
2
a
residential
stairwell.
structures. So those are stairwells, but they're A and B units, so it's set up as an HPR. As a result, you've got one unit has its structure, one has the other. The aerial tells the story a little more capably, and I'm sorry that that's not a sharper photograph for you to review. I'm sure the appellant will do a good job explaining what the proposed project is. The portion that is now uncovered and tantamount to being a rooftop deck, once proposed for covering, is essentially a proposal for a 4th floor.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the structure is built to code now.
There is no violation that we're aware of with regard to the structure at this point.
Hello, my name is Rachel Waldrop, and I live at 1515 Porter Road in District 7, and this is my husband, Matthew. He also lives in the house with me. We purchased this house a little over 2 years ago. We moved from West Nashville, and we will agree to disagree on the outside of the house. We understand that it doesn't look beautiful compared to the beautiful houses on Riverside Drive, but what we really liked about it was just easy access to everything in East Nashville, and one of the compromises and why I agreed to leave West Nashville and go to East Nashville was this beautiful rooftop deck, and we were very excited about it. And as you can see, we don't have much yard space, so we were like, okay, to supplement not having a yard anymore, we'll make use of this wonderful rooftop deck. However, our first summertime cooking out, we almost roasted to death. It is incredibly hot. There is no water up there. And we really would love to have approval to build any type of shade covering to cover part of the L shape so that we can enjoy the outdoor space. We did find, and I'm not sure if it made it into the presentation or not, there are 4 other homes within a mile of ours in our District 7 that do have pergolas built on top of all 4 of them. And they are also considered 4th stories. And then, I wish Councilman Withers was here so we could have a good dialogue. However, in his District 6, same zoning, R6 at 1410 Chapel Avenue, there is also a 3-story home with a 4th-story covered deck that is actually more finished than a pergola. So those are examples of other structures in the neighborhood that are built around the same time as ours that do have these 4th-story coverings. And we were just requesting to be able to build one ourselves.
Okay. Board members, questions of the applicant?
Excuse me, can you pass those pictures? We have them in our packet, but they're not that legible.
Sure.
Also important to note, too, that the covering we would like to construct would not exceed the current height of the covering that's presently there over the stairwell. So the builder would be able to keep it at the same height as the roof that you presently see. But we're not attempting to add height to the height restriction.
I have a zoning question. Is there anything that precludes them from putting a canvas awning up? Is it just the objection? I shouldn't say objection, but is the issue at hand that it's a fixed structure?
The structure makes the difference for purposes of this. This is not what the couple wants. It's not what I would want. It's not what you would want. But putting a glorified umbrella up there would not be a violation of code because that's not structural. So when you get into the structural work, that's where you're talking about committing something that is tantamount to being a 4th story because of the covering of that nature, as opposed to merely, like you said, an awning or an umbrella of some sort.
They make those sometimes attractively, so it's not such a
Can I
bad
comment
idea.
on that? Actually, we did consider that because we definitely didn't want to pay the money to go through this process, nor pay what we would pay when we do have it built. But the other side of the deck, opposite of the front that you see, the wall of that area is actually much lower, and we would either way still have to do some type of construction to have a pole erected on 2 ends to connect it to the house as well, because we consider that.
Well, speaking to the umbrella.
Please identify yourself and address. Name.
Matthew Waldrop,
Yes.
1515 Porter Road. We also considered doing like a pedestal umbrella, carried up there and sit on the roof. The issue is that given the height of the house, there's nothing obstructing the wind that comes through that area. So we have the cushions on our benches up there now get blown out of place. We had to bring them in anytime we're not using it. So anything like that, we'd be forced to, at the very least, lay it down on its side on the deck when it wasn't being used. It, a step further would be carrying it back inside the house if we weren't actually using it.
Other questions? Anything else to add? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. I have a question for John Michael. Tell us about this height requirement that the city has and why this once again falls outside of, this covering is considered a 4th story or whatever.
Well, and let's differentiate between stories versus height. As the homeowners indicated, it sounds like they meet the height restriction. Of note, you don't have a variance request in front of you for X number of feet beyond the limit.
Okay, the
there are
stories.
limits, but they're good on that one, it sounds like. The 4th story is from legislation just within the past 10 years where there was a little more focus on making sure that we didn't have ranch house, 2-story house, 70-foot tall, crazy tall house. Not that that's ever happened in Nashville, but certainly under the prior iteration of the zoning code, it could have. So with the legislation we have in place, we have those restrictions that say that it can't have a 4th story. We see a lot of these questions. The appellants have correctly noted that it's come up in a lot of other places, not just in East Nashville, but certainly not far from where they live at this point. we don't always have the benefit of people coming in to review and request building permits for the pergolas they put up after original construction. But regardless, what's before you today is the case at 1515 Porter, and that's where we're up against the question regarding the fourth story.
So a pergola would be permitted.
Typically, our staff does not permit pergolas. I think there may have been a time in the past where they did, but after review with the Metro Legal Department, it was determined based on the definitions in both the Metro Zoning Code and the International Residential Code. It was thought that that had been an incorrect application of law and that even pergolas would trigger this sort of review.
Okay. Discussion. Architects, what do we think?
Well, I don't know that I would have agreed with the pergola interpretation, but that appears to be what staff is doing now, so I think I would be willing to accept a pergola, but if staff has been consistently doing that and legal is agreed that that's what the definition says, then I'm not really inclined to grant the variance.
What do you think?
Well, I do think this is difficult because they meet the height requirements. It clearly looks like there's a fourth story, but the stairwell is allowed, which is making it look like a fourth story. So adding the pergola isn't really adding anything too much more than what's already there. It's, if that makes sense. So it's almost like I wish it was an item A and we would argue whether or not a pergola was allowed. But it's not here that way. But it is a hardship to be on your sun deck and not be able to use it because of the sun and all what they described. So I don't know. What does everyone else think?
So I wonder about the neighbor, the conjoined neighbor. If we allow this, and I'm assuming they have an equal roof area or something similar, then we would be hard pressed to say no to the neighbor if they asked for the same thing, even though we
Or all these other people.
or all these
that
other
we
people.
were given pictures of.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. It's very difficult for me.
Mm-hmm.
We are not having the best cases today, especially for only 4 people being here.
Who wants to have a motion?
What do you think, Chairman?
I seem to think that the interpretation of the codes department is that this would be considered a 4th story, and we don't allow 4th stories anymore.
And I think there's weight. I mean, I think they're being consistent about that. I was unaware that pergolas weren't allowed, but apparently that is the position of the department. So, I mean, I don't see anything arbitrary about it. So, I don't know. I think it would be difficult. Well, I'll move that we deny the request.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? I'll second it. Motion's been made, properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 4-0. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case to be presented to the board is 2018-343. This is a case that was before the board at our last meeting. It's a request from sidewalk requirements, a variance from sidewalk requirements at 222 Myatt Drive in an area that happens to be zoned specific plan in the Madison Community Council District Number 9. Lonnie Harper is the appellant on behalf of Mule Train Farms, the owner of that property at 222 Myatt Drive. The mostly blank lot is proposed for placement of a modular home at this location. But that's going to trigger sidewalk requirements under the existing version of the sidewalk law. Council Bill 2016-493, referenced previously, which was put into effect on July 1 of last year, 2017. From my recent site visit, you see the view across the street in the upper left-hand corner and the view into the property with the proposed structure there in the lower right. The view up and down Myatt Drive at this location. As you can see, there is no sidewalk presently. That, of course, is not a sole basis by which the sidewalk requirement is triggered or not triggered, but it is at this address. And although the aerial is a bit patchy there, you see that as you go up and down Myatt all the way to the north near the Madison Police Precinct and South Old Hickory, you get, it's a long way before you bump into any sidewalks. Lonnie Harper, again, is the appellant on the project. He's present at this time. You had encouraged the appellant to defer one meeting in order to reach out to the district council members, see if there was some elegant solutions that might be available at this time. So we'll invite Mr. Harper forward, and as we do so, I'll ask, is there anyone here in opposition to case number 343? Seeing none. Mr. Harper.
My councilman asked me to wait.
Please identify yourself for the record and your address.
Yes, sir. Lonnie Harper. Let's see, 234 Myatt Drive.
Okay.
I live beside it.
What'd your councilperson say?
He wanted me to defer for 2 more weeks because they're on vacation.
Okay. Do you want to defer for 2 more weeks then?
Yes, sir. I'd like to.
Okay. Motion to defer.
Says he can work it out by then.
Okay, motion to defer. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion?
Yes. Will he or you be talking to planning or Metro Public Works to see if there could be a reduction?
He will be talking to planning and codes, he said,
Going to help you.
when he gets off vacation.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's deferred till 2 weeks. Our next meeting is when, John Michael?
August 2nd.
Okay.
August 2nd.
See you August 2nd.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. Good luck, sir. Mr. Chairman, our next case is 2018-348. This involves the property at 922 Lebanon Pike. Roy Dale is the appellant on behalf of Music City Pick-A-Part, the owner of this property. Shown here on the zoning map, shown here on the aerial photograph. The request is for a special exception. Thank you. The request is for a special exception in the IR, Industrial Restricted Zoning District, in order to build a waste transfer station. Comes to the board under 17.16 of the zoning code, special exception language. As you'll recall, as with all special exception cases, or as some older lawyers refer to them, the conditional use permits, if they demonstrate, meaning the appellant demonstrates that they meet the conditions associated with a special exception, our board is in fact legally required to grant the permit solicited at this point. But they do have to demonstrate that they meet the conditions. This is a contested case, so the opponents will have the opportunity to present their arguments if they think the project does not meet the conditions, but the appellants will, of course, go first in our normal order. The site plans submitted, this is just one sheet, of course, but the site plan submitted gives a proposed layout for the project along Lebanon Pike, near where Fessler's Lane empties out into Lebanon Pike. From my recent site visit, view of the property from the street level, up and down Lebanon Pike at that location. Mr. Dale and other representatives of the project can come forward at this time. As I noted, there is opposition, so both sides will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. If you'll just introduce yourselves by name and address.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tom White, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent the applicant in this case. Sitting to my immediate right is Roy Dale, the engineer that worked on the project, and Greg Gwynn, who's been the representative of the applicant. First, with respect to the procedure, I'd like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal in this matter. As John Michael commented, this is a special exception case where if the conditions are met, basically the board is legally required to approve that. We submitted a position paper to this board, as we customarily do, and in that we reviewed at some length both the requirement for the general conditions and the special conditions. This property is owned industrial residential. Obviously, it's currently a pick-apart site. The proposal is for a 22,000 square foot building for a waste transfer station. I would respectfully submit that in length our items in support are set out in our position paper, but the requirements are both special requirements, which are set out at page 2 of the brief which we have submitted. Those items are very specific. It's a minimum of 10 acres, traffic impact
Sorry, Mr.
study.
White, can you, we're looking for your letter. I found it. It's about It's here. We were all looking for it.
I'm sorry. The letter's dated July 16, 2018.
It's a large packet. I didn't want you to speak while we were still looking for it.
I'll wait till everybody gets it. It's such a brilliant piece of writing. I'd like you to have it in front of you.
You found it? Or? It's right in here.
Okay, continue, Mr. White.
Mr. Chairman, if you will, on page 2 of the position papers we've submitted, at the top of the page are the specific requirements. Number 1, a minimum lot size of 10 acres. Number 2, a traffic impact study demonstrating the streets utilized will have at least a level of service D or better. 3, a setback of 150 feet from all residential zoning district boundary lines or from all residential structures. 4, there must be a landscape buffer yard along all residential zone districts, and the entire facility must be enclosed by a chain link fence of at least 8 feet in height. 5, the facility must be entirely enclosed. And 6, a description of the management procedures of the facility. Every one of those has clearly been demonstrated as compliant. The general conditions are set out beginning on page 3. Those requirements this board hears with some regularity. They have to do with the burden of proof being on my client, the fact that we demonstrate ordinance compliance, which is number B, the integrity of adjacent areas, the design and architectural compatibility, natural features, historic preservation, which really does not apply here, the traffic impact study, which is repetitive of the specific, and then hazard protection. I would mention to the board at the front end that this proposed site is on the boundary line of 2 councilmanic districts. At the front end, we weren't exactly sure whose district it was. It ended up being in Councilman Freddie O'Connell's district. I can represent to you that we've spent a lot of time with Councilman O'Connell. He is supportive of the project, has given me the authority to say that. The next contiguous district is that of Councilman Jeff Syracuse. We also went through the same presentation with him. He is totally supportive. With respect to community involvement, we originally received some contact. There's representatives of a group called Cityside Today. They had a number of concerns. There have been a number of meetings that have taken place with them. After one of the meetings and a lengthy presentation, they took a vote, and the vote of the community was 24-3 in our favor. We've reached out extensively. We have a letter of agreement setting out those items, and I do want to also say that 2 conditions we've agreed to are that it's subject to stormwater approval and also the urban forester approving a plan that we will submit to him because the property's on Browns Creek. But as far as councilmanic involvement, it's been clear. I'll also mention that this type of proposal required a councilmanic resolution. That was a unanimous proposal of support from the Metropolitan Council. Again, that was taken up before we ever came and made the application here. I would comment that there's a number of neighbors that will testify that are here in support of the neighborhood group. We've asked them to keep the comments to a minimum in light of the lengthy docket that you've got today. I'd like to ask Roy Dale to comment on the layout on the property, and of course, we'll answer any questions. Yes, sir.
Before you leave, Mr. White, I just want to make sure we got all the I's dotted and T's crossed. John Michael, is a public meeting required? So you mentioned a meeting, but was it a specially called meeting for this, or was it a meeting with a group? I mean, I just want to make sure that
I can answer that, if you will. Under your rules, when you ask for a special exception, there is a required neighborhood meeting that you coordinate through the district council member. This particular project was addressed in that manner, and that's the meeting that took place with the group called Cityside. And that's the meeting where Councilman O'Connell was present and the vote was taken that I'm now mentioning to you. But generally, under your rules, it suggests that you coordinate that through the district council person. I've always found that the very best practice, and there's no confusion about whether the councilman was involved or not involved. And so the date and time and place of that meeting were coordinated through the district council person and a lady who's here, Danielle Raynard, who is the face of the significant neighborhood residences and businesses which circle our project.
Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Dale, unless there's more questions for Mr. White. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Roy Dale, 1657 Stokely Lane. I'll keep it very brief because Tom has pretty much mentioned the requirements, the perfunctory requirements as far as the site is concerned. But this is a 10-acre site, has an access off of Lebanon Pike. It has 2 access points off of 100 Place. The building is 21,000 approximately square feet. There was a traffic study completed. Tom mentioned that we met the requirements, so actually exceed requirements. The requirement was that you have a level of D service. We have a level of C. As far as nearby residents, I think you're supposed to be 150 feet away. We're 3,000 feet away. The closest residence is actually on the other side of the interstate from this property. So, this site actually exceeds your requirements. There's a tremendous amount of property here, so they can be extensively buffered, which would also be more than what your minimum requirements are as well. A little history. This was my former council district when I served from 1991 to 1999, and it's been basically a junk car salvage facility ever since then. There's up to 1,500 vehicles on this piece of property. So this would be a great improvement to this area. Those vehicles are very much of an eyesore when you come into Nashville, so I think based upon maybe comments that you'll hear and the support of the council member, this is something that's actually going to be beneficial. I've been contacted many times to represent waste transfer stations. I've never actually accepted that from anyone. I only did it at this site because I jumped at the opportunity, quite honestly, because I think this is the best place. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Dale?
Just could you repeat again? Did you say a landscape buffer will be provided? I think I see it on your drawing.
Although we're not adjacent to residential, we have plenty of opportunity to do that. And our client, as you'll find out, is he's from Clarksville. He's a really great guy, and he wants to do something that looks good as well. So all this is enclosed in a building. It's going to be far superior to what's there today, and it'll be heavily landscaped. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this case. I'm Greg Gwynn. I live in Clarksville, Tennessee, 1165 Dunbar Cave Road. We own the property at 922 Lebanon Pike and Omohundra. It has been a junkyard since about 1952. It predates all of the zoning. In starting this process, it was done out of necessity. We own a hauling company, and we were told that the current transfer stations in Nashville didn't have the ability to take our waste, and we would have to find somewhere else to move it. Since we operated a transfer station in Clarksville, Tennessee, in conjunction with Montgomery County, we started seeking out, trying to find ways, if this were possible, at this particular site. We met with the Cityside group. We agreed to certain stipulations from those folks and have actually joined the Cityside group. We're going to protect and enhance the greenway at Browns Creek. We're going to provide litter pickup that's not on our property but is at least once a day on the surrounding roads. We're going to have landscaping and ornamental fencing facing Lebanon Pike. And in case of a notice of violation from the state of Tennessee, we're going to meet with the Cityside group and explain exactly what's happened. I will tell you that as far as transfer stations go, odor is an issue that folks will bring up, and I want to address that directly. We're going to take a multifaceted approach, and a couple things. There's a huge difference between a waste transfer station and a waste storage facility such as a landfill. Our tipping floor will be clean at the end of each day. There will be no waste stored. Our plan is to operate and receive waste 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 6 hours on Saturday, and we'll be closed on Sundays. 80% of the odors that we find offensive are the result of nitrogen and sulfur-bearing compounds when they start to decompose. Until these materials start to decompose, you don't know that they're around. So it's imperative that we move the waste through the facility very quickly. Typically, when we receive waste at our transfer station in Clarksville, it takes about 20 minutes to make a load, transferred into a bigger trailer, and then in less than an hour, that waste has been unloaded, transferred to a larger trailer, and headed to a landfill. The building that we're planning that Mr. Dale mentioned is going to be a state-of-the-art design for waste transfer. There's not going to be nooks and crannies or any place for waste to be trapped.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of make note that, you know, the time's around 1:50 now.
Okay. Anyway, okay, so I'll hit the high points. The building's going to be state-of-the-art. It's going to have proper exhaust. We're going to have good housekeeping practices, and we're also going to use a misting system. We're further regulated by TDEC. If we're fortunate enough to gain approval from this board today, we will have to have further approval from the state of Tennessee.
Okay.
And they regulate to make sure that we're not a waste storage facility and that our housekeeping practices are good.
Questions for the applicant? Who are we going to hear from? Any of the neighbors, Mr. White?
This is not our part of presentation. This is a neighbor.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, Danielle McDaniel. I live at 239 Cumberland Circle in Nashville. I own the Clay Ladies Campus and am leader of Cityside in the 37210 area.
Let me ask you a question. Why are you for this?
We were not. And we had our meeting, and all the neighbors got together with an extensive list of all of our concerns, and Greg answered all of them and went above and beyond even what we were concerned about. We know that we're an industrial area. We want to be an industrial area. We don't want to change. We are a group of independently owned businesses, and we want to protect our area. And so when we first heard about it, we were very against it, but as we've educated ourselves and as Greg has met all of our concerns.
So you're 100% for this?
I am.
Okay. Any questions?
Surprisingly, but I am.
Any questions for the applicant's person? Okay.
I will have to say, with Greg's transparency and his willingness to talk to us and just the quality and of his work made a big difference in our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. White. Anyone else?
I think that's it from our group.
Okay, let's hear from the opposition. Those who are in opposition in this case, please come forward now. State your name, address, and why you're opposed to this. And if you have any handouts for us, please give this to us. We will have 10 minutes combined. So if the first person takes 7 minutes, that leaves 3 minutes for everyone else. So decide who's going to speak and for how long. Okay, who's going to get us started over there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to pull up the presentation for them that they've
okay.
submitted. Just one moment there.
Okay, so you get a little bit more huddle time then. I was trying to be the umpire, breaking up the pitcher and the catcher from taking up too much of our time.
Is there some time to talk on the mound?
We let Mookie Betts go to the Sox. Great.
Just led to that.
Eric Jeter's father went to Pearl High School, graduated from Pearl. Fisk.
Exactly as you want it to be.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't want to interrupt. Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Gennaro DeBecco. I'm with law firm of Bradley A. Rand at 1600 Division Street. And I will just speak briefly in opposition to this, and then I'll introduce my client. I will sit down. As the appellate noted, there are general and specific requirements related to getting a special use permit, and we're here to speak specifically to one of the general provisions that's in Section C of 17.6-150, and it's about it requires that the approval of the permit not adversely affect other property in the area to the extent that it will impair the reasonable long-term use of those properties. My client has a pretty unique unique business that would be more than reasonably impaired by the approval of a special permit here. And just to zero in, and it's not, I've got a laser, but it's hard to tell. But so we are, if you kind of see on the map here, there's a kind of a name for the proposed transfer station. M&W Logistics is my client. They're on the other side of Omohundro at Pumping Station Road. I also have a third building listed here, which is an existing waste transfer station. And our experience from this first approved waste transfer station, it informs what we think will be the story with this transfer station that is being considered today, and also the addition of this new transfer station will have kind of a very impactful effect on my client's business. So I will introduce Jason Pitts, who's the manager of the facility there, and I'll let him go into more detail.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Pitt. I'm the Vice President of Warehousing and Distribution for M&W Logistics Group at 1110 Pumping Station Road. We own and operate a 200,000 square foot warehouse on Pumping Station Road. This particular warehouse operation is a food grade warehouse operation, meaning we warehouse finished food products, ingredients that go into making finished food products, and packaging that food products eventually reside. Operating a food grade warehouse requires us to obtain third-party certifications from auditors such as AIB, which is the American Institute of Bakers, the FDA, and the State of Tennessee Ag Department. In addition, our customers and their customers will audit our facility at least once a quarter. We oppose the addition of another transfer station in this area due to the odor that it generates during certain times of the year. Part of operating a food-grade facility requires us to meet certain criteria within our operational processes, facility management, and equipment management. One of the requirements is maintaining an odor-free facility, which includes inspecting inbound trailers being unloaded, with product entering our warehouse, and outbound trailers we load going to the end user. We are required to keep our dock doors closed at all times unless we have a screen in front of the door to keep rodents, birds, insects, etc. from entering the facility. We do have a couple of doors with screens in order to provide free-flowing air for the workers, and this air circulates utilizing exhaust fans on the opposite wall of the dock doors, and these dock doors face the direction of the current transfer station. There are times during the year that the odor is bad, that we're forced to close our dock doors to maintain the requirement of an odor-free environment. This puts stress on our workers due to the rise in temperature. In the past, we've been going through an audit on one of these days where the odor was present and the auditor asked what the smell was. I'm then forced to explain where the odor comes from and the measures that we are forced to take to ensure an odor-free environment. Even these measures on occasion do not provide an odor-free environment. Having two sanitation facilities in the same location would increase the days we have to deal with this strong odor throughout the year, increasing our chances of losing our accreditation of operating a food-grade warehouse. And if that were to become the case, we would lose an average of $1 to $1.5 million a year in revenue, and it would make it difficult to obtain other customers for this facility. About 80,000 square feet of this facility consists of a food-grade phosphate, belonging to two different customers. Food-grade phosphate is an ingredient that goes into things such as sodas, cookies, crackers, etc. And this product is stored in paper bags on pallets and is distributed to a number of Fortune 500 companies around the country, plus overseas facilities. So what happens if the product becomes contaminated? This product will absorb odors if introduced to this type of environment for a period of time. Odors can contaminate this product, causing the end user to reject the product upon arrival or mistakenly insert the contaminated product into their goods, potentially causing massive recalls across the country. Another product we distribute from this facility are Girl Scout cookies for the Middle Tennessee Council. We've been providing these services to them for about 42 years. This facility is centrally located for all their troops around Middle Tennessee, and if we were to lose our accreditation, they would not have a food-grade facility in the Nashville area that is centrally located. This could potentially cause their sales to drop, and cookie sales are their largest fundraiser of the year. In conclusion, we are opposed to the addition of the second sanitation facility in this area due to the additional odors it will generate. Thank you.
Okay, questions for the applicant?
I do have a question. Well, one is I'm having trouble reading the image that's projected. Is there any way that can be enlarged? That'd be great. Other question, I've forgotten. Oh, you said there's a second, this is a second.
This would be a second transfer station
Will
in
that
the
be
area,
clear
and
in
I think
this?
somebody after me is going to speak of the first one.
Oh, but this is the second one in the area.
Yes, right
not
across the
necessarily
street from one
same
another.
owner.
They'll be right across the street from one another.
Not the same owner.
We don't know who owns the first one.
First one indoors.
I think the first one is outdoors, and it's,
So is this a unique comparison? This is an indoor facility, Counselor.
well, the first one is supposed to be an indoor facility, but what we found, and this is a picture from Google Maps, is that the doors on that facility are frequently up.
Isn't that a violation that should be dealt with another department of government, not us?
Perhaps, we're not asking to enforce the requirement that the doors be down. We're just here to note that contrary to whatever the law is, the doors on that facility are frequently up. And, we think that informs what might happen with this current project.
Okay, we'll ask the other side about that. Any other questions right now? Who else are we going to hear from?
I'm Bo Keith. I'm president.
Get up to the mic so we can hear you.
I'm Bo Keith. I'm president of First Express Truck Lines at 1135 Freightliner Drive and 1137 Freightliner Drive.
Can we see you on the map up there?
Yes, you can. We're actually closer than M&W. The map, we're directly catty corner to the new proposed facility and directly across from the old facility, the old thing. And the biggest situation, we employ 300 Tennesseans and an over-the-road transportation company. We have a 7-bay shop, a wash bay, an office, a headquarters. The first big situation that we run into with the station is, quite frankly, the smell is pretty intense. I sat here 7 years ago when they authorized the other one and heard about the smell suppression systems. We've never seen it. I get in the office at 5 a.m. and leave at 6 p.m. every day. I've never seen it run. They said the doors would never be open. They're open 24/7. Then it attracts so many blackbirds. We've had a power outage once a month on our corner due to the birds get in the transformer. There's so many birds. And then you bring into the fact that the truck traffic has gotten so bad. Now, we're at Truck Lines, and of course, M&W's at Truck Lines as well as warehouse. You double the transportation of garbage trucks in there, and it's gridlock. You can't get anywhere. I wasn't going to speak until they started talking about the exact same thing we agreed to 7 years ago about them cleaning up the property every day, and we've yet to see that. And it only believes that we're going to see it. Once it's in, it's in. You asked, is there another government agency that should be doing that? I've called Nashville Code 7 times and never had a return phone call. The smell is unbearable. You come in the mornings before the day gets going, and it'll knock you off your feet. And it's only going to be the same thing. It's supposed to be an enclosed station, just like the proposed station, and it's the exact same thing. The cleanliness, the birds, the wild dogs that run around, that it attracts, it's a mess. And I guarantee if you ask anybody that agreed to it 7 years ago, and M&W as well as us agreed to it 7 years ago, if we had it to do over, we were sold a bag of goods then, we wouldn't want it, we wouldn't agree to it again.
Okay, questions for this particular person? Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Thank you.
Who wants to speak? Please identify yourself for the record, your name and address.
Sure. My name's Karen Nickel Martin. My business is at 208 Festers Lane.
What kind of business?
I do architectural sandblasting. So we design and carve glass, granite marble for exhibits, museums, homes, that type of thing. I'm directly across the street from this location. That's what my view is those cars. And I'll be honest, I'd rather look at those cars and smell what's going to come into my respirator every day. Me and my employees wear face masks with supplied air. They're plumbed to the wall that faces what this property will be. So any odors, the odor that it permits is what we're going to be breathing straight to our face masks. They mention natural features as enhancements. There are no natural features. It's a concrete pavement. It's flat as can be. There's nothing to enhance the view of this. And the second gentleman mentions when the vision of the pretty trees and everything were shown, whether or not this was planned, the response was, we've entertained it. It's on the idea board. You know, it may be a junkyard to some people.
Okay, well, wait, time is up. Let's, board members, do you have an objection of giving both sides 3 more minutes? No. Okay. Let's give them 3 more minutes. Continue.
I'll say very quickly, because I want these gentlemen to speak. The main thing is it's not a junkyard to the tradespeople, the artisans, the craftsmen that surround this. That is the heart and soul of Nashville production. We build downtown Nashville. This is our community. This is our world. I live in that parking lot 50 hours a week, and so do my employees, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone next?
Dean Glasscock. I own Arbor Art Tree Care. It's 218 Fesslers Lane, 804 Heathcote, and 808 Heathcote Avenue. I run in between Rucker Avenue and Fesslers Lane is where my plot is. And my only concern is the odor, and another good point that was discussed is another flood. You know, what happens if we get another 100-year flood? I was one of the only properties that didn't get the water because we're kind of up on a hill. So that would be a concern of mine as well. Traffic's already a mess down there, but traffic's a mess all over town. My only other thing I want to say real quick is when I looked at Atlanta 50 years ago and I look at it now, and you put the map and zero it in like you do Nashville, pretty soon we're going to be near the heart of Nashville. We're not that far already from it. So another transfer station, I don't know. That's all. That's just my concern.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you. Who's next?
My name is John Crouch. I'm at 216 Rucker Avenue and 214 Rucker Avenue. I have several properties back in there, and I as well have been doing business for the past 20 years at that location. I'm there 7 days a week. I don't much like smelling the existing transfer plant. The traffic has gotten rough. It's tough to get out on Lebanon Road. And I don't know what the count is of trucks. Nobody's mentioned how many trucks per hour. That'd be a nice number to know that's going to be added to that. And it'd be easy to figure out whether or not you're going to be jammed up and even get in and out of our lot there, because it's kind of tricky getting in and out where we are now. So you add that many more trucks, it could change our life a little bit. Again, the smell. I do like the landscape. Oh, that's nice to see that they're going to do that, but I'm afraid that that's not going to be worth the extra traffic, the property value that's going to be decreased around there. And those are my concerns. They talked about voting with neighbors. we're obviously all within 600 feet or we wouldn't have got the letter. And nobody asked my vote. I wish they would have approached early on, talk about it, maybe to answer some questions.
Okay.
Those are my concerns.
Thanks. Any questions for the opposition? Okay. Wrap us up here.
All right. My name is Don Abramovich, 222 Festers Lane. My overall concern is health concerns. If you go back to the 2010 flood, if you go back in time, you look at it, there was a previous junkyard there called Abernathy. And at the time, when the flood happened, there was an 80% total loss of
So
cars.
time's expired again. We'll give both sides another minute. Okay, continue.
Yeah. There was an 80% total loss of all the vehicles that were in the junkyard. They had to tow them all away. I suspect that's how these gentlemen purchased that junkyard.
It's been there since the 50s, they said.
No, I know, but it changed hands.
So what's your opposition?
So my opposition is if you get another flood, the health concerns are with, 5 feet of water and a garbage facility there, that it would, truthfully, I mean, it's going to be a swamp. That is my overall concerns. My other concerns is the traffic. Between 4 and 5, it's already gridlocked. It takes 20 to 30 minutes to get to Donaldson a lot of the time. So I think it's only going to get worse considering if, where they hold the garbage to between 4 and 5. The other concerns is truthfully the smell. I have a problem with the current transfer station. I don't see a second one being any better.
Okay. Any questions for the opposition? Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. We will hear from the applicant again. This is rebuttal time. Mr. White.
Mr. Chairman, first at the outset, I want to hand out the comments by my client's commitment about odor control. There was a question raised about whether or not it would just be heard and then not referenced, and so I'm handing out a copy of every one of those commitments. We're asking that those be a condition of approval. Secondly, with respect to the comment about the trees and landscaping, we're there on some amorphous piece of plat that may not ever be enforced. We're making that plan a commitment and a condition of approval as well. With respect to the issues that were raised in opposition, I will comment. There may be some questions directed to the engineer, Roy Dale, or to my client, Greg Wynn. We'll field those because we want to. But the most critical thing at the front end is the argument raised here was the integrity of adjacent areas. That was the comment by council at the front end. The first thing I want to comment about is that for any number of months, 6+ months, we've reached out in the community. We had no contact from anybody until this coming Monday. When we received a call this coming Monday from council who expressed some concern, we told them that we would meet with them any place, anytime, give them all the information. That was declined, period. We made that a repeated request. Next, with respect to the operation that's there right now, it's a night and day difference with respect to that issue in that, as the other side admitted, the other is an outdoor facility. Ours is the exact opposite. It's mandatorily enclosed, period. And with respect to the integrity of adjacent areas, which is the issue raised by legal, here's what the language is. This waste transfer station is designed, located, and proposed to be operated in a manner consistent with public health, safety, and welfare. The surrounding zoning district is industrial, which permits intensive manufacturing uses, including, among other things, railroad yards, stations, power substations, power plants, wastewater treatment facilities, scrap operations, light, medium, and heavy manufacturing activities, and warehousing. We're obviously consistent with that. That's why this area didn't require a zone change. I would also comment,
Mr. White, what's left off of that list? It seems like a list of what most people don't want around them. Quarries? I mean, that seems to cover most everything.
There is a difference. IG, which is the most intensive industrial district, is industrial general. That now is a district that would be required for a quarry. You can't have a quarry in IR, but absent that, I can't think of
Absent that, you could basically have any of those things in this district right now.
Everything I've recited, every use.
Can you read those again for us?
Yes, sir. Those are intensive manufacturing uses, railroad yards, stations, power substations, power plants, wastewater treatment facilities, scrap operations, light, medium, and heavy manufacturing activities, and warehousing. That's not a complete list, but that's some of those that are most obvious, and I'll mention, as this group knows, the Planning Commission in Davidson County has for the last 20 years been concerned about the fact that we're losing our industrial base. There's very little left in Davidson County. This area is one of them. Cockrell Bend has some. There's some out by the old DuPont plant, but there's very few industrial pieces of property left. This is a piece that required no zoning, and as I mentioned, when it came before the council, it was approved by the Public Works Committee unanimously. It was approved by the resolution of the council unanimously. Both council members, Mr. O'Connell, in whose district it is, Councilman Jeff Syracuse, who's immediately next door, both supportive, authorized to speak for it. With respect to other issues, I would comment at the front end that John Michael referenced. Basically, the law in Tennessee is if you meet the conditions, it's to be approved. In this case, we've clearly demonstrated compliance with the specific and the general conditions, period. Again, we are a state-of-the-art indoor facility. We've committed to those. I've got 2 minutes left. I'd like to ask if there's any questions, or Mr. Dale or Mr. Gwynn, so we don't take up your time unnecessarily. But I think it's a simple matter of did we comply with the general and specific conditions, and I think it's perfectly obvious that we did. And we heard nothing of a response until Monday of this week and an unwillingness to talk to us about it.
Okay, so Mr. White, the main part of opposition is odor. How do you keep from having what the opposition says is happening daily at this other site?
By the approach as commented by Mr. Gwynn, which is in front of you, the multifaceted approach to odor control. I don't know who was down here 7 years ago, but we're willing to make a condition of our approval a compliance with these conditions. And with respect to your inquiry, I don't know who's called the codes department about the other operation, but I suspect there's probably no condition whatsoever on approval of that prior plant. Ours is a state-of-the-art. We're making this commitment, and I certainly don't want the Metro Property Standards folks coming out to see my client and say, you're not in compliance with this. Here's a stop work order, which Metro government certainly knows how to do. So we're making a commitment in writing to a state-of-the-art facility. The other facility is hardly state-of-the-art, and our adversaries admitted it's an outdoor facility. We are not. We're the exact opposite. It's state-of-the-art modern with these conditions.
What is this misting system, and how does that keep odor from spreading?
I want Mr. Gwynn to answer that, if you would, please, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. In the handout that you have, there's a picture on the back page. It's a system of piping where water is misted. In times of extreme heat like now, there will be a deodorizer or an active agent to interact with the odors to block them, and it will. It's from the EPA handbook on waste transfer stations. It's exactly what they recommend that you do.
Was this like a lot of Febreze?
Even a lot of Febreze would become noxious at some point in time. But what we do is we take an agent that mixes with and blocks the smell. It doesn't create a new smell.
And this would run daily?
Yes.
Only when the heat gets a certain level?
We'll run the mist daily, and then when it gets to a certain point, we'll run the deodorizer with it as well to keep that down.
I have a question. I would like to know the difference between an outdoor facility and your facility.
Yes, ma'am. An outdoor facility is one where that waste is stored. Another thing that I didn't get to say, I don't think, is our facility is not going to have waste on the floor 24/7. Our facility, we'll open it in the morning, we'll close it in the afternoon, the waste will be gone. I think maybe some of the other issues that the folks have with the other transfer station is that the waste is always present. So if it cannot...
How can it be called a transfer station if the waste is stored there? That's a storage facility.
That's not what we're going to have. That would be a waste storage type facility. We're asking for a waste transfer facility so that we can take the waste in, reload it into a larger trailer, and move it. We will not have that. But to answer your question, everything that we do is inside behind doors. And I can assure you, I have a lot of experience at this. I started in 1979, and we're very good neighbors. We have contracts with Montgomery County. We have contract with Robertson County. We are, like I said, we know what we're doing, and I can assure you, you will not have odor issues from this indoor facility.
So your place in Clarksville, is this similar to what you're proposing here?
It is not. The place that we have in Clarksville is a building that we manufactured. It was done, it was modified.
It's not a state-of-the-art building.
It is not. It is not. It is not a state. It is not a
Is it in the
state.
city limits of Montgomery County or out in the county?
It's within the city limits of Clarksville.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions, board members of
I
any
would
other-
like to just follow up on that and make sure that there's no confusion here. It is not a waste storage facility. Everything that comes in there is gone within 24 hours, everything, as opposed to others that have waste storage like the other place that's been criticized. We're not here representing that other entity, but we are making it clear that everything that comes into this place is transferred out the same day, at the end of the same 24 hours. It's gone. I said 24 at the end of the business day. But again, the legal issue is, are we compliant with the general and specific conditions? I think it's obvious that we are. Would ask your approval. If there's any question, Mr. Dale is the one that has done the layout. He can commit to the landscaping, the buffering, everything that's there, the doors, every
I
facility.
do want to ask, many other people talked about traffic too. I know you've given us a traffic study, but how do you plan to keep the traffic in this already area that has a lot of cars and trucks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin by saying that obviously we're compliant with the code requirement, but above and beyond that, at the pick-apart operation, I think most of you are familiar with that type of operation. People come and go all the time looking for a fender, a bumper, et cetera. Has huge traffic impact. Under our proposal, basically all of the traffic movement off Lebanon Road is eliminated, and the traffic and vehicles are coming in off the side road. That is something that was very important to the neighbors that spoke here. And again, that city side group, you heard from their president and head, is a significant group. They were concerned that the traffic movements on Lebanon Road and the appearance of pick-apart on Lebanon Road be eliminated. That's part
So
of
on
our
page
proposal.
12, I think, of the traffic survey, you see the difference of exiting and entering off of Lebanon Pike than Alejandro driveway and the number of vehicles existing, and then what you have. Any other questions for the applicant or their team? No one? Okay. Mr. White, anything else to add?
Mr. Chairman, if there's any questions from the engineers, he's here, but I think we've answered. Thank you for your courtesies.
We're going to close the public hearing discussion. So we heard from the applicant that they had their meeting and that Councilman Freddie O'Connell is in support of it, and then the neighboring councilperson, Jeff Syracuse, is also in favor.
Well, it's always a tricky thing with these because we do have very legal or very specific legal guidelines as to what we're finding. And opposition is at a loss often because they are at a disadvantage. They can't show evidence of what won't happen in the future or what may not happen in the future, or if they're not meeting this or not meeting that. So I'm sympathetic to opposition frustration, but we see this a lot with these. But, strictly within the confines of what we're asked to do, I mean, I think the burden has been met and no evidence has been offered to negate anything they've said in their presentation, the appellants.
More discussion.
I guess I would have to agree with that. I wish that the opposition had been able to go. Of course, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't look down the road and see whether the city or the state will even respond if there is a complaint. And we are all human and we all make mistakes. And if mistakes are made, what's the recourse? And as you asked, Mr. Chairman, aren't there other agencies that one can go to?
Right. I'm sure TDEC or some of the codes, and of course, Mr. White offered to have the actual 6 items to be conditions of theirs. So if they violated any of these.
Well, having said that, I would have to agree with Mr. Harper that we don't see any evidence that this applicant has not met requirements. And I guess I was persuaded if he's operating, I mean, I have very close friends, and in fact, I'm very close friends with the mayor of Clarksville, so I was heartened by hearing that he had operated there, because I know they would not put up with a lot of problems from them. So
Okay.
I guess I would be encouraged to vote.
Anyone
for
have a
it.
motion? Anything else to add?
Well, I'll make a motion, and I will note that if, again, we have a very limited scope of what we're finding, so, and, if someone feels we are making a mistake, there are higher courts to go to, literally. So I'll move that the special exemption be granted with the conditions laid out in the presentation by the appellant.
The 6 items.
The 6 items, yes.
Okay. And why should it be? Because it's met the
Oh,
requirements.
it has met all the requirements of, please fill in the code.
Met the requirements of the items under
The general and specific conditions.
the special exception.
Special exception, thank you.
That's the motion. Is there a second? I'll second it. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion?
I have a friendly suggestion that we include the landscape buffer that was described by the applicant as
Yes.
part of the conditions.
Okay. That's acceptable to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously 4-0. John Michael.
One moment, Mr. Chairman, we'll reconvene with the next case.
They want a break. John Michael.
The board will take a short 5-minute break, reconvene with the next case thereafter.
5 minutes.
Yes.
.54 are on adjoining properties on Hummingbird Drive, the specific addresses being 3242, 3240, and 3236 in Council District Number 1. The same appellant for the same series of houses proposed for construction. I would strongly recommend the board hear these as one hearing and then take your separate votes on the 3 individual cases at the end. So this will actually be cases 352, 353, and 354. As these are contested cases, each side will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. The zoning map here shows the RS10 layout for the properties at issue. The aerial shows the presently undeveloped lot along Hummingbird Drive. Site plan submitted shows the layout for the houses as proposed, and then from my recent site visit, lot number 1, the view up and down Hummingbird. Skipping ahead in the aerial or the site visit for lot number 2, again the same view up and down Hummingbird, and finally lot number 3 with the views up and down Hummingbird. Now, the request is for variances from number 1, front setback requirements, number 2, height restrictions, and number 3, maximum square footage requirements in the RS10 district. Of note, this is not just RS10 zoning that's in play, but in fact a contextual overlay district. Our board has seen a few of those cases in the past, but not recently, so a simple refresher. The contextual overlay district is about just that first word, context, so that averages are taken of nearby structures to determine what will the required height limitation be, what will the front setback be, what will the square footage maximum be. In this case, your packet indicates that 27 feet is the height maximum, that 1.5 stories within 27 feet, more specifically. The square footage requirement goes a little beyond 1,800 square feet for the maximum, and the street setback requirement is admittedly a somewhat large 119 feet front setback requirement. That applies to all 3 properties, and that is the baseline from which the appellant makes the request for the variances. Again, I think on the face of your packet, and I want to make sure I'm saying this right, the requested street setback for these properties is 60, down from 119. The requested height is 2 stories at 27 feet. And the requested square footage for the houses, an increase from 1,806 up to 2,397. Reggie Howard is the appellant and owner for all 3 of these cases. And again, as these are contested cases, he'll have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation for the properties, unless the board chooses to allow more time for both sides. Then we'll hear from the opponents thereafter. If Mr. Howard would come forward and address these variance requests.
Please state your name and address and why we're here.
Reginald Howard. Well, first of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Reginald Howard. My address is 400 Ewan Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37207.
So were there houses on here before, when you bought the property? Did you tear down houses?
No, I did not.
Okay. Because I'm looking at this map here appearing that says Treppard Heights section that Elizabeth Arrington did, and it appears that there are 5 houses, and they look fairly close to the street at the time.
Yeah, about 20 years ago, someone had tried to develop that property, but I guess back then it wasn't like the Nashville of today. So
this plan never got executed?
Exactly.
So when's the last time there were houses on here, or were there never?
Never.
Really? So what are you proposing?
So all we need is a setback for the property. If you look at how the property line is, basically if we went 119 back, we would our structure would be on the our house would be on the actual property line in the rear. So that won't work. So because the street kind of curves around to where Mr. Harden's property is located, which Mr. Harden is here today in opposition, or I think maybe he's not here in opposition. I think he just wants clarity of what we're doing. So we're just asking for to have our homes 60 foot off of the street, off the main street, versus the 119. So still have good footage there.
Let me ask John Michael a question. John Michael, the contextual overlay that we're discussing right now, it's obviously on his side of the street, not the other side of the street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so do we know what those houses are on the other side of the street, the distance? Okay. As the people from the Metro Nashville Network are saying to you, you know you should use a microphone. Okay. Mr. Howard, continue.
Okay. So basically, I thought it was pretty much just a no-brainer request.
So have you talked to any of your neighbors? Do you know why they're not for this?
I do not. I have held several meetings with newly elected John Hall.
And what's Mr. Hall, Councilman Hall, saying about this?
He is definitely wanting us to pursue building in this area.
But is he for this particular?
He's absolutely for it. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he actually invited me to the Gold Key meeting, which Mr. Harden and Carlton are members of. So, and they have my numbers. Like I said, the last meeting we held, which was at the Bordeaux Library. I brought Roy Dale, Michael Garrigan, the NES crew. I mean, you name it, Stormwater. I brought all of those people to the meeting to answer any questions that Mr. Harden or Carlton had. So I'm not even sure why it's opposition at this time. I really don't understand.
Questions for the applicant?
Yes, there are 2 other appeals that were mentioned, height and maximum square footage.
Yeah, we're only 26 foot on the as far as our height. We just have a 1 level. We're doing a ranch style home with and because of the slope of the land, the garage is in the slope part. So we're not really going up that high, 26 foot. We're putting the garage, bonus room over the garage, but our height level is 26 foot. That's it. 26
feet, and
yeah.
Sounds like it's
Tall.
under the requirement of 27 feet. Was that what the requirement was?
Yeah.
27 is the max.
Max. So you don't need that appeal.
No. We because I was appealing something. I mean, you might as well put everything in there.
Oh, not necessarily.
Well, wait. So, but what are the? Oh, okay, right. 27 is the max.
Yeah.
And
So that variance is not needed. No. Okay.
What about the square footage requirements?
Yeah. Well, we're doing 2-car garage, so I guess that kind of bumped it up. But the houses are 2,000 square foot. I don't know where they got 23.
1806 is your cap. You're over either way.
Yeah, I'm over it.
So, John Michael, you said 1806 is the cap?
Yeah.
Okay.
1,800, and then it says you're requesting
2,000 what?
2,000.
197.
Okay.
Well, the permit tracking sheet says 2,397. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, it should be around 2,200, somewhere around there.
Okay. Other questions of the applicant? Do you have anything else to add? You'll have time for rebuttal after we hear from the opposition.
No, I just want to say that I actually grew up in this area. My first job was at the Northgate Shopping Center. I went to Bordeaux School. I'm enjoying the fact that I have been able to take advantage or be a part of Nashville's growth in this area. I do remember just last month, council members got together in the Northgate Shopping Center, and they were asking for builders to come to that area. I'm over here. I'm trying to build in the area that I grew up in, and I don't understand the opposition at this time. I really don't.
Okay, well, we're about to hear it, so. Okay. The opposition, please come forward. State your name, address, and why you're opposed to this particular case.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlton Crutchfield. I live at 3247 Hummingbird Drive. In other words, I'm cat-a-corner to what's going on, what the plans are for here. Let me first say that I am not opposed to Reggie building on that property. I have no problem with that. The problems that I'm having is such as this request for a variance to change the depth of these homes was never given to. That is something that I only just found out about in the last couple of weeks, and I don't think anybody really knew that he wanted to change the property where the setback. In other words, all the homes on that side of the street are all start back at 119 feet. On the opposite side of the street, all the homes are set back at least 50. In other words, all the homes line up with each other on each side as far as appearance is concerned. There are some other questions that the neighborhood has concerning the homes, especially with the water runoff, because that's on the upper side of the hill that we're on, basic the level we're on, and concern about where that water is going to go. As I said, I'm not against Mr. Howard making money. I'm not. But we want the neighborhood to reflect what's around it. In other words, we don't need to have something just sitting out. And the traffic is going to be, if the number of homes that are planned go in, something's going to have to be done about Hummingbird Drive, because that is a small street, and the traffic would be a real mess. So that's the main thing, is the lack of clarity as to everything that is being planned and where he wants to go with it. Other than that, I don't have a lot of problems, again, with him making money. That's not the problem. And we would like to see homes out there.
Have there ever been any homes on that lot? You've been out there for a while.
There was a duplex next to Thomas's house.
But on the actual address that he's trying to build on, was there a duplex at one time?
I don't think there was a duplex. There was nothing there at that time.
Okay.
I think the last guy that wanted to build there, it was the stormwater runoff that really killed him.
And so how far was the duplex back? Do you remember?
It was placed back at that 119.
Okay. Any questions for the opposition?
Do you have an issue with the homes being built slightly larger than the other homes that are there now? So
Not
it's
at
just
all.
really the setback, and
Yes.
you're concerned with the stormwater runoff?
And the traffic. Those are the main problems that I have. If he wants to, I would like to see the nicest homes as possible. It would, give me a lot more equity. But that was the main thing. And I'm not going to take up a lot of time because I've got a 93-year-old mother that I've got to go and check on right now.
Okay.
And I'll just trust that the word gets back to me as to what happens.
Okay, wonderful. No more questions? Thank you. Who's next?
My name is Hardin Young, live at 3248 Hummingbird Drive, just across where the duplex used to sit.
Okay, so we could see your house from here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My problem is, if he put a two-story house there, it's going to be completely out of the contextual overlay because everything has a single ranch-style house. And the neighborhood just going to be out of proportion with two-story houses in that area. There is no two-story house in that area.
Okay.
And then it is 110 to 20 feet back off the road that if you move them all forward, those houses going to be, once again, stuck out like sore thumb because they're going to be closer to the street than all the other houses.
So your house is about 50 feet from the street?
No, sir. It's about 119 feet off the street.
On the opposite side of the street?
The left side. I'm on the same side.
Oh, you're on the same side. Okay, that's right. Okay, very good. Any questions for the opposition? Okay, thanks for being here. Anyone else speaking in opposition from this case before we hear again from the applicant? Please come forward, state your name and address.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Barbara Singh. I've owned property on Dove Place for over 32 years. And we did not get a letter stating that there was something before this hearing. So this is the first knowledge that I had was when I received this letter. And our concern was in the neighborhood, and most of those people on Dove could not come today because they work. But the problem was the water damage. We have a lot of flooding in that area. And so we didn't know is there a storm study report?
John Michael, tell us about how stormwater, you have to comply with stormwater for these.
Is there a storm study or a storm report? No, nor is there on any of these types of developments. Stormwater is tracked on all these projects from the portion where they do the original grading on an undeveloped lot like this. So Metro Stormwater Group is taking a look and making sure that their regulations are met on any project like this, whether it be here on Hummingbird Drive or all the way across some other part of town. Obviously, those engineers in the Stormwater Division are going to have to be satisfied that all the regulations are met before any building permit would even be issued. So that's not the purview of the Board of Zoning Appeals, but it is something that Metro looks at.
So the developer would have to go through that before getting a permit?
I thought that was something that had to be approved before you could get approval to even build.
That's part of the permitting process.
Okay. The traffic study, was there a traffic study?
That's not
That
required.
block is only about two.
No. For this type of development, that's not required.
Not required, okay. The other thing I want everybody to know, that area is West Hamilton flooded a couple of years ago. It's pretty bad out there when it comes down to water and where it goes.
Grew up on West Hamilton, I know.
I know. So it's very important that we consider this and not take it lightly. That area was pretty bad, damaged pretty bad. So we don't want him to build and the water flows right on over to all of us because it's a major problem. And we had a lot of lost property over there on West Hamilton and on both sides of the street, right there by Hummingbird. We're talking about a block or two away.
There were a decent amount of property in the buyout, I remember. And
Yes.
there's a park over there after the flood, I remember.
After that, yeah.
I went out there and pulled up carpet and flooring and things like that. And
We did too. And I live on Dove, which is right across the street from me, is where all that water started to come back. So Hummingbird is very close to all of this flooding problem. And I wouldn't want him to start building and we got a major flood or storm come up and that damaged the rest
I think
of the property.
Stormwater would take a closer look at this property, particularly since the city of Nashville had to purchase properties and tear them down in that area before they gave someone a permit to build something over there.
The other thing was the setback. The setback that he's asking for would give us a house that is sitting way out here and all the others are way back here, and it didn't, if you've ever seen that happen, the house that's in the front hides all of those behind it. As you go down the street, you'll see this one, but you don't see that one, and it would give a very awkward appearance to that neighborhood, which is only a very short block.
Okay. Any questions for the opposition? Okay. Thank you for being here. We're going to hear from, unless there's someone else
Thank you
here.
for letting me have a say.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to.
Mr. Chairman, the question had been raised earlier with regard to the calculations of the setbacks. Although our calculations are not part of the packet, you do have the setback survey that was submitted from the engineers who took a look at this. I think it is one of the first pages in your packet after a copy of the ordinance that was in play. And that shows the 4 neighboring properties, 2 on either side of these 3 proposed developments, 128, 128, 122, and 98 being the 4 calculations of the setbacks on those properties. The average of those under a contextual overlay district requirement being 119 is what's in play here. You also see the shape of the lots that are in play on those 4 developments, and that will be that is part of the basis for the request for the variance. Just want to show that we did have that as part of the packet so you could see what those numbers were.
And then we saw this old this old plot that apparently never got developed from 1979, Fulton administration. Okay. Let's hear from the applicant again. So this is time for rebuttal, so please respond to what you have just previously heard.
Well, it sounds like, I don't know. I think I met everyone at the last meeting, the last 3 meetings.
Oh, wait a minute. Before we get all started, so you have a brand new council person, Jonathan Hall. You said he's in support of this.
Yes.
You said that there hadn't been a lot of communication with the neighbors. So what I'm asking you is, do you think a deferral and getting everyone together and coming up with a compromise would help your situation?
No, I've been working with John and the Gold Key, which each one of these, everyone opposing right now, they are part of that.
Okay,
So
the association.
I did my due diligence early on with explaining to them the project that we're doing.
Okay, so just please respond to what they said then.
Yeah, so basically everything has been addressed in all of those 4, 5 meetings that we've been through. With the exception, what happened, and let me explain this, and I think this will clear up everything, Mr. Harden. What happened was that area, that district, has been challenged by councils coming in and out, okay?
We've had 5 council people.
Absolutely. So Sharon Hurt, the time I purchased the property, Sharon Hurt was the interim council person at the time. So as I'm purchasing the property and we're getting the property ready to go, because we've been working on this for 2 years now, she had put the overlay, the contextual overlay on that piece of land. Okay, so that's kind of how it got left out. Okay, so once we got ready to pull the permits and stake the land, and we were in compliance with, here, and actually, Roydale was involved with this.
With the contextual overlay?
No, not with the contextual overlay. With what we came up with was the ordinance 17.12-030, which states that you can go 3 times, which will give us that 60 where we're at. Okay, and.
So you're saying 60 means 60 feet back?
60 feet back, exactly. So what happened was, because Ms. Hurt had initiated the contextual overlay, then that's why I had to come to the BZA to ask for it.
We understand that.
Okay, so that's it. Everything else has been communicated.
So they're saying they don't like this plan because the houses are too close to the road. They complain about what the impact on stormwater is going to be. And also one person said that there are no 2-story houses in that area.
We're not building a two-story house. We're building a one-story, 1.5-story, 26 feet, with the bonus room over the garage.
So what about the closeness to the street? You know, we heard that it blocks the other houses, all that.
Yeah,
Please address that.
Okay, so it really doesn't. If you look at Mr. Harden Young's house right here on the left, it'll be pretty much, you know, as you can see how the curve here where my property is located. So you got Mr. Harden's house, so it'll actually be in line with Mr. Harden's house. It won't be that far off at all.
Any more questions for the applicant?
I guess I want to ask one. I'm not clear about this overlay. If Council Lady Hurt put that in place, are you saying that came in after you brought the property? I mean, after you purchased the property and therefore you should not be subject to it? I didn't understand what you were talking about.
No, I'm just saying it all happened at the same time. So that it was kind of, we kind of missed that piece, which is why we didn't have it initially. Because like I said, we've been working on this two and a half years.
So when you, right around the time you bought it, she was introducing this. So.
There you go. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, one of our letters of opposition from a Mr. Wilhoit says that we please, deny any appeal to change or make exceptions to the overlay we fought so hard to get for our neighborhood. So what is your just reply to that?
Yeah, well, I've met with, I just met with Mr. Wilhoit about 2-3 weeks ago. And so I was explaining to him the BZA case and what we were going to do and how it was going to go. And so everybody wants this neighborhood to go down. They just was worried about the stormwater and what. But I think what they're failing to realize is they're speaking of the neighborhood that we're doing, the SP that we're doing behind. We're just starting the first 3 homes on Hummingbird, which is in the overlay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think their concerns is basically with they think we're starting the SP neighborhood that's behind that, but we're not as of yet. We're starting just 3 homes on Hummingbird. That's it. So it won't.
Mr. Harden's house is
The house on the left.
it's on the
Yeah.
bottom left corner.
Mhm.
Okay, and so the exhibit that we have from Dale and Associates shows where one of your proposed houses is, and it's not anywhere near being in line with Mr. Harden's house.
Well, you see how you're going around the curve, so quite naturally, as you round the curve, it's going to be in line with that. It's not a straight street, so.
Okay. Anything else? Any other statements? Anything else to add, Mr. Howard?
No, that's it.
Okay. We will close the public hearing and discussion time. So remember, we're talking about all 3 of these right now. And so I guess on the positive side, the duly elected councilperson, District 1, has given his support for this. This is, it's interesting. He's asking for 60 feet and across the street's 50, but obviously the contextual overlay is 119. So, board members.
Well, I think there's legitimate relief for the setback, given the shape of the lot. I mean, clearly it would put the new houses on the property line and would probably violate the setback. Now, it's not really clear to me where that 60 feet relative to, it doesn't really show it relative to the other house. Well, I guess it kind of does.
I think that's it.
Okay, so,
That's
oh,
my
I see.
guess. Just based on Dale and Associates.
Yeah, I was looking at a different strip. But it doesn't appear that he needs the height as we discussed, or doesn't need relief on the height since he's under 27 feet.
Okay, so
The only thing that I'm not really clear on what the hardship on the square footage would be. But I'm
I think
on
it's
the
the same
setback, I'm
setback.
okay.
Okay, make a motion.
I have comments.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying about the back property line, and it's a little bit more shallow than the other properties surrounding it. But I do think the house can be pushed back, and I do think the applicant can work with the neighbors, especially because they went through that effort to apply the contextual overlay to their neighborhood. That means they really care what is going to happen with their neighborhood. So I do think the applicant should work with the neighbors on the front setback,
Okay.
as you suggested.
He denied that request. Okay.
Suggested.
So, Mr. Harper, do you have a motion?
Well, no, not yet. I really don't. I don't know what to do about the square footage. To be honest with you.
Okay. Ms. Sanford, do you have any insight on the square footage?
No, not on square footage.
But the lot just kind of curves. It's like a weird, it just pinches in almost. Well, I'll take a stab at a motion that we approve the variances for the front setback and the square footage based on the odd shape of the lot and the narrowness of the lot mid-lot. And that the applicant also has the support of the councilperson. That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so 3-1. John Michael, what happens when it's 3-1?
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman. That concludes the case. The case will stay open for 30 days. Therefore, at our next BZA meeting, August the 2nd, the public hearing will not necessarily be reopened, but any members not present today who've had a chance to review the video of today's meeting and review the entire site plan will have the opportunity to participate in a new motion and vote on that motion. On that date, if we get 4 votes one way or the other, then that would be the official action.
And I want to make sure for the motion that this was cases 3. Do we need 3 separate motions?
We do.
Is that what my lawyer over here was saying? Okay. So that was for 352, so I will make the same motion for 353. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
I will second that one as well.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion?
I'm going to say again, I think the applicant should work with the neighbors.
Okay. Duly noted. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 3-1. Okay, I make the same motion for 354 that we approve the case. Is there a second?
I'll second that one as well.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion?
I won't say anything.
Okay, so we remember from the last time. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 3-1, 2 as well. So, thank you, lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, as we're pulling up our next case, the next case will be case number 360. We'll point out that the board members received in their packet an email from the district council member filed last night. Please make sure that's part of your review of the packet as well. Also, a note on case 2018-314, scheduled to be heard much later in today's hearings. That case has been withdrawn by the appellant.
Which case?
Case number 314 in the second half of your docket regarding short-term rental properties and their permits. That case is withdrawn, not deferred, but withdrawn, may be refiled at a later date.
Okay.
The next case that staff will present to the board is case number 2018-360. Property located at 1601 Shackelford Road, just where Belmont Boulevard ends, or seems to end, at least initially, at Shackelford. As you know, Mr. Chairman, that's just across Shackelford from one of the preeminent academic institutions in all the South, Lipscomb University. The aerial photograph shown here of the subject property.
Also across the street from the preeminent park in Nashville called Glendale, before we had anything called Opryland. That was our first kind of interesting amusement park.
Mr. Chairman, the request on this case...
Horses from Harvey's came from Glendale, Nashvillians. There you go.
Fantastic. The case here is a request for a variance from the side setback on the Belmont Boulevard side here at the intersection of Shackelford, just after Belmont seems to terminate, but then with a little wiggle crosses back over and reconvenes just past Shackelford. The site plan submitted gives you an idea of their proposed layout. From my recent site visit, this is the side with Belmont to the right of this picture and Shackelford just behind me of the area where a proposed addition would take place. The incursion into the setback is in some way affected, and the appellants will discuss this at some length, I'm sure, by the expanded right-of-way or the ultimate right-of-way. The council member makes note of this in his email to the board with regard to his recent visit to the property. The right-of-way that is being recommended for that secondary or smaller portion of Belmont that goes beyond Shackelford is actually much wider than would otherwise be the case in many similar areas, but the ultimate right-of-way is set at that 60, 70 feet, whatever the number is as identified. Therefore, the setback incursion, if granted, would still not place any portion of the structure in a portion that would eventually be paved or sidewalked, theoretically, according to the assertions brought forth through the appeal. The appellant is present and will have the opportunity to make the presentation. I believe there's opposition present. Is there opposition on case 360? There is. As a result, the appellant will have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation, and opponents to the appeal will also have 10 minutes to make the desired presentation. With that, the last photograph, of course, is down Shackelford in the general direction of Lone Oak and ultimately Hillsborough. And the view up Belmont Boulevard, just past the home in question. Give you a little more context there.
Okay, so will the applicant please come forward, state your name, address, and what you're asking for?
I'm Gil Ezel. Good afternoon. I live at 1601 Shackelford, which is on the corner of Shackelford and Belmont Boulevard, the dead-end cul-de-sac. Our variance request is initiated in response to our plans to add an addition to the right corner of our 1927 home. Looking toward old age, the improvement will provide for a downstairs bedroom. By the way, can you hand this to them? I only have one copy, I'm sorry. It shows the plat, and in this there is a shaded portion that demonstrates the structure that we're asking to build. Our home, as you can see, has a relatively small footprint, and the bedrooms are upstairs. We were using the plat from 2002, which is this plat. At that time, we had made a previous expansion. Our proposal was well within the previous MBSL, but when requesting a permit, we were informed that an additional 10-foot setback has been overlaid on the neighborhood. We are requesting this variance as the dead-end cul-de-sac portion of Belmont Boulevard is an anomaly with an extreme right-of-way of 70 feet. A street now serving a low-density population and 11 residences. Apparently, when the right-of-way was granted in 1930s, the city envisioned a wide divided boulevard that would sweep southward to Harding Place. If you're familiar with this situation, then you know that now it simply dead ends into the backside of a condominium development, and if extended through that, it would be into the school grounds of John Trotwood Moore. So I don't believe this street will ever be developed in the future. The street is 20 feet wide, has no centerline markings, and has low traffic and pedestrian use as determined by civic standards. As you can see, we are not proposing a large addition, but rather a small portion for a discrete octagonal-shaped bedroom with only a small amount of the footprint extending into the new setback area, but is still well within the previous MBSL. There is no encroachment of the large 35-foot right-of-way. Our contention is that the right-of-way is already excessive at 70 feet when compared to the typical Nashville side street of 40 to 50 feet. The city's concern of setback are well achieved with the large right-of-way. The 10-foot setback is excessive and not needed in this instance and causes a tremendous encumbrance upon our ability to use the fairly small amount of land upon which building is allowed on our otherwise fairly large lot. If you grant our variance, the structure will still be over 30 feet from the pavement of Belmont Boulevard, uses only 5 of the 10 feet extra setback, and there would be ample room for bike paths and nature paths and sidewalks if the city decided to develop those. Our request for a variance meets the criteria for being granted in that one causes no concern for safety, health, nor is injurious to others' property. On the contrary, some of the people who have even voiced concerns about seeing our variance request have also complimented us upon raising their own property values due to the care and maintenance of our 1927 home. This variance meets the criteria to a unique situation with the property, not generally applicable to other property. And finally, there is an undue hardship on this homeowner, and that granting this variance will not vary from normal provisions imposed on similar properties. I'd like to reserve any extra time for rebuttal if necessary.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? And we'll hear for the opposition. Or wait a minute, there's other people in support? Is there anyone else in support? Come forward if you're in support. Please state your name and address for the record.
Brent Culberson, 1 University Park Drive, Nashville, Tennessee, 37204. I speak on behalf of Lipscomb University, which owns property next door to Mr. and Mr. Ezel at 1511 Shackelford and across the street at 1600 Shackelford. We do not see this as being anything that would be overly burdensome to the neighborhood, and we speak in full support of the variance request today.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So let's hear from the opposition. Please state your name and address and why you're opposed to this.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Crabtree. My husband, Ray, we live at 4200 Belmont Boulevard, so we live directly behind the Ezel property that we're talking about and on Belmont Boulevard. Granting the variance right now for the right-of-way, if you are familiar with this area, it is outside of the Green Hills area where traffic is becoming a significant problem. We have difficulty already getting in and out of our street. We use our street daily to get in and out, and to be able to turn right or left onto Shackelford is getting increasingly difficult. Given the density that we already have in the Green Hills area, we feel that Belmont Boulevard is ultimately going to continue to garner more and more traffic because it runs parallel to Hillsborough Road. And so as more traffic is dumped onto Belmont Boulevard, our little dog leg and difficulty on getting out of the street is going to continue to be compromised. So we feel like it is very difficult right now to, and we don't feel it's prudent to give up any right-of-way to deal with potential traffic concerns in an already congested area. And we would suggest that the traffic problem be addressed first, rather than giving up right-of-way and giving up additional property for an expansion. Secondly, we don't believe that the addition picture that was submitted with the plans really meets the Board of Zoning requirements. You don't see how this addition fits within the right-of-way and how much they're going to encroach on the existing right-of-way. And I think if I looked at the application requirements, a scaled, drawn site plan is part of the requirements, and what I'm only seeing is an architectural drawing of a first floor master bedroom. Dr. Ezel mentioned about a hardship. I don't feel like we believe that there is a hardship here. They could design the expansion of their master bedroom well within the existing property that they have, because they can go back further. We hear stormwater brought up several times throughout today's hearings, and we do already have a neighborhood stormwater issue. Metro Stormwater probably has several documented over the years. As water drains down, their property would be a low point because Belmont Boulevard does slope down. As the property directly behind them, we have been negatively impacted in the past by their expansion projects. We've been negatively impacted as their landscaping has bermed their property on the backside and sides, and it is blocking the natural flow of water and causing significant flooding issues for us. My husband is seen out frequently with a manual sump pump in the middle of the night when the storms come through, and that's not necessarily a pretty sight or a fun experience. So covering additional property with hardscape, we're very concerned about how will stormwater be treated so that we're not impaired any further than where we are today. And then just lastly, there have been some inconsistencies that we've seen on the application that was on the website versus the letter that was submitted to the Board of Zoning Appeals that causes us some concern and raises some red flags. We've had some experiences in the past with Board of Zoning and with construction that deviated from plans that were presented and ultimately, unfortunately, resulted in a work stoppage order that was submitted by Board of Zoning Appeals when our appeal was heard, and that was agreed to as well, that they felt like the construction was not as represented. So we're a little bit once burned, twice shy on granting a variance for these various issues, particularly when it comes to the fact that we are a daily user of that Belmont Boulevard street. And then lastly, visually, this is a corner lot. There is a statement about the other corner lot across the street potentially wanting to do something similar. Visually, that would be a narrowing if you have buildings that go up. A footprint variance does not necessarily make a height variance, so visually you could really be narrowed when our front home is 35 feet back from the street line. So thank you for listening to our concerns.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, let's hear from the, opposition. Let's hear from the applicant. Rebuttal time, please respond to what you heard.
Thank you. In regards to rainwater, this addition is too small to need to go before rainwater, but I can be compassionate with their concerns or frustration with rainwater, as we also have rainwater issues that sometimes spill into our basement. We are downhill from them, and so I can't see how this would impact any rainwater issues. The neighbors across the street, I can't say for any of their plans, but they are supportive of our project. Many of us are bothered and afraid of the changes that are happening in the building patterns in our neighborhoods, and I think that people will react out of that fear and concern when they see a request for a variance. It's been a little frustrating, as I've explained to some neighbors, that they're not aware of the unusual right-of-way of this street and how the present right-of-way is so large that it well compensates for theirs and the city's intention for the setback overlay. If this dead-end street had a typical 40 to 50-foot right-of-way, with even the 10-foot setback, we wouldn't be here. I would not have to be asking. I think that ours is truly a unique situation and deserves granting of the variance for the structure that you see illustrated there.
Okay.
Just to clarify, you're not asking for a reduction in the right-of-way or to build in the right-of-way. You're just asking to build to eliminate the setback from the right-of-way.
That's correct. And not for a large structure to encroach, but simply that small portion that will be inside the setback.
Anything else to add? Any other questions? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion.
Counted four letters of support, and we have the letter from the council member
Yep, Russ Pulley.
who is saying no opposition. I just want to call attention to that.
Anyone have a motion or discussion?
I think the right-of-way, is unusual to have a 70-foot right-of-way on such a small road. I don't know how it's categorized,
Right.
but it's a neighborhood
Mhm.
road.
Sure.
So I think that is an unusual condition.
Okay, so who wants to have a motion?
I'll move that we grant the variance with the stated setback of the unusual and extraordinary situation with the extraordinary large right-of-way for the street, and that is the hardship.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, passes. John Michael, I hate to do this. We need to take a short, like 7-minute break, okay?
Board will take a short break and reconvene with case 363. The request is for a sidewalk variance from the sidewalk requirements at this location. Aerial photograph shows you the general area here on 9th. The site plan submitted shows the layout of the residential units in particular. From my recent site visit, well under construction now, you see the sidewalk as it exists in its current state. That's the view across the street in the upper left-hand corner, and the view up and down 9th in this side-by-side photography. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 363? Seeing none, the appellant will have 5 minutes to make the desired presentation. If I pull this down for you. That other way for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to introduce Rogers Jackson and myself, William Walker. Collectively, we represent Jackson Builders at 1200 49th Avenue North. Clint Cairo was the appellant on this case. He works for us as well. We all collectively represent Jackson Builders. We were all born and raised in this city, and we're committed to the sustainable development of this city. As you can see in case 2018-363 at 1907 9th Avenue North, we have the current zoning ordinance that is going to require us to remove the existing sidewalk and replace that with a 6-foot strip and a 6-foot sidewalk. I've got some hard copies of that if you would like to view from a closer look.
And so why don't you want to do that?
We do not want to do that because I feel that it's going to cause unnecessary duress on the neighborhood. It's also going to...
Duress, that's a strong word. Haven't heard that in the sidewalk argument yet.
It's also going to reduce the actual size of the sidewalk, which will ultimately reduce the walkability of the sidewalk. And then I think the most importantly is it will become fragmented. So currently, if you can see here, we have an 8-foot existing sidewalk, and here are 7 developments that have already been constructed along 9th Avenue. These have all passed this sidewalk ordinance already. They will not be updating their sidewalk. So if we come in and we start to disrupt the flow of the sidewalk, which here's a view looking south towards the city, here's a view looking north of the city, we're going to have a street where we have 10 houses or so that are like this, and then the remaining of the houses will be upgraded slowly, but ultimately a fragmented street. And I don't think that that's going to be the best thing for this neighborhood and this street.
Okay, and I think planning, did you see Planning Commission's recommendation? They address that, and they say you could pay into the in lieu fund.
Yes, sir. So the problem with that is we have a fiduciary responsibility, and that's significantly more expensive than putting in the sidewalks. So if we're faced with the decision between the in lieu fee and to build the sidewalks, we'll build the sidewalks.
So that's your choice. So questions from the board about this? So this is not the first kind of this case we've had, of course, with an existing sidewalk and then building another one that's going to kind of zigzag a little.
How wide is the existing sidewalk?
So here's a shot from just about 1 month ago in the month of June. We do have some weeds growing in the middle of the sidewalk, which be happy to pressure wash and remove that, get it looking real nice. But in our opinion, this is a very nice 8-foot walkable sidewalk back and forth and continues all the way down this street on both sides. So it does need a little maintenance, does need a little cleanup, but ultimately in very good condition.
Are those 2 separate kind of pieces of a sidewalk that looks like the reason the weeds are growing in between because there's like they put in a sidewalk and they cut it off and then put in another section?
No, I think that's just a expansion joint they do during construction. So in the event the sidewalk does crack, it cracks along those lines.
So it's supposed to do that.
Well, I guess, but then over time, erosion and sediment falls in those cracks and creates grass to
literally
grow.
a straight line. It looks like someone basically meant for a whole. I mean, it goes all the way up to the top of the picture. To me, it looks like architects. Help me out here.
They put control joints in sidewalks, yeah.
So that's what, it'll just split the whole way?
Yeah, I mean, it looks
They may at some time expanded it, widened it at a, earlier date.
So you're saying it's cheaper to build the sidewalk than pay $179 a foot?
Linear foot, yes, sir, significantly.
Okay. Other questions of the applicant? Anything else to add?
So it's, the new sidewalk requirement would be a 6-foot strip, grass strip, and a 6-foot sidewalk?
And as well as new asphalt.
concrete, new concrete.
If you go to this, the sidewalk plan here, right here where I'm circling, this is what it would look like. So you'd have 9th Avenue, and then you'd have this essentially a cutout of the existing sidewalk. So, it'd just be a random 3-foot wide strip.
Wait, what's the asphalt? What am I looking at here?
Right here. This is the asphalt right here.
Yeah, I understand that, but why are you adding asphalt?
Because it's part of the road. I think Public Works wants there to be asphalt there.
You mean they're out on the street, or they're, just talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, are you saying the asphalt starts where the curb is now? There'd be additional asphalt?
Yeah, so see this triangle? That's the beginning of the new 6-foot sidewalk, which then 45-degree turns onto the new one. And so where the old sidewalk was, in this dotted area, that's going to be asphalt.
So where's the grass strip?
The grass strip is going to run along the property line vertically right here, and then we'll have sidewalk between the street, the right-of-way of the street, and the actual sidewalk. So we're reducing the amount of walkability and the amount of surface area of the sidewalk in order to create this grass strip that...
But isn't that backwards? The grass strip is closer to the street.
I always see the grass strip right by the street to
Not by the
protect the
house.
walker, not by the property, but by the street.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. That was my mistake.
Okay.
I'm still confused about the asphalt.
I think the green strip is where the asphalt is supposed to be.
Yeah,
Where
I
some
mean-
asphalt is.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Do you have anything else to add?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Ms. Sanford?
I guess I'm concerned, I'm not clear on what is required here. Why do we have to tear up this perfectly good sidewalk? That's my big
We
question.
hear that a lot. This actually doesn't look as nice as some of the other sidewalks that might have been built.
But it doesn't have cracks. It's not gonna, if I were walking down it, I wouldn't stumble and fall because of some crack that, I guess that's
But
why.
to me, that looks at least 25, 30 years
Oh,
old.
yeah,
maybe.
it's definitely got some age.
But that's what how many people voted for our sidewalk ordinance, John Michael? Unanimous.
We're well aware of that. Angie got a unanimous vote.
So does anyone have a motion?
There's someone raising their hand.
Oh, you as opposition? On support. Let's hear from you. Come on up. Come on up. Please identify yourself for the record, name and address. And why did you come down here and spend 3 hours listen to all these meetings to say
my
your
name is
support?
Billy Boyle, and my wife and I owns property just two houses up from there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're very familiar with the neighborhood and that sidewalk. It has always been there. It's a real nice sidewalk. You know, the grass has grown up in the cracks that they put in there to keep from cracking. And we are contemplating building a structure on a vacant lot that's just one house between these gentlemen. And I don't know them, I haven't met these gentlemen, but I got the notice, and I was concerned about it. And I'd spoken with some contractors because we're looking at building as well. And as it was explained to me, they were requiring now that there's 6 feet of greenery between the pavement.
Yes, grass strip.
Which would cause them to move the sidewalk up 6 feet, which would create a zigzag from the existing homes that are there that have the sidewalk that's going to be the same for them. And it would really look very awkward, and there's not much frontage between the street and the houses, you know, the setback, the normal setback, which would make it very odd. I think the existing sidewalk better serves the community. And haven't gotten a notice and contemplating doing the same thing, I had to come for that reason. That's why I
Thank
sat
you.
so long.
Our time is up. Any questions for the person in support of this?
I guess I want to ask you, if you've walked on that sidewalk, do you think what you just heard, that if we got a power washer on it and I would put vinegar on that grass and it would go away real fast? And that's environmentally safe. But tell us your experience of walking on that sidewalk.
It's
Is it in
very
good shape?
smooth and level. The grass has grown up below. Weed killer would remedy that. It's not a problem at all. It's a very well kept street. Just that the little grass is there.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will, nothing else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, going to close the public hearing. Discussion. So this is the very typical new case that we get. Someone has a sidewalk that, although not brand new, is in decent shape, and new bill says they got to build this curb and gutter system, and they're asking not to do the zigzag, but they don't want to pay into the in lieu fund because they think they could do the zigzag cheaper.
Well, and I keep being reminded of Councilmember Allen's comments today, that we may have some changes and some perhaps exceptions in the code rather than us having to make exceptions.
So what do we think of this particular case?
I wish the applicant could go back to planning and public works and ask for less of a grass strip. That would help with if they had to build something new.
Yeah, if they could build a 3-foot grass strip and keep a 5-foot sidewalk, they would have effectively not move the sidewalk, the back of the sidewalk, just add a grass strip.
But has planning ever
Yeah, they've done modified designs before.
Yeah.
when there's not like a wall or some slope, I don't remember them allowing a narrower curb and gutter just for connectivity's sake.
I don't see why we couldn't ask, or could we do that? I can't remember if we can do that or not.
John Michael.
What Ms. Carpenter's asking answers basically yes. The board, if the board chose to defer the case to a later date, allowing the appellants to go meet with the, it's actually the Transportation Planning Division of the Planning Department, they may land on an alternate sidewalk design that receives a positive recommendation from planning. As you know, we take formal recommendations from planning on all of these sidewalk variance cases. If they landed on something for whatever reason, whether it be because of topographical conditions of the lot, probably not an issue here, or because of something more direct like the existing sidewalk structure is still well served by this reduction in asphalt and increase in the grass strip, that's something that the board has the ability to do.
This is the problem I have with it. The person who spoke in support says they're looking to build, and there are obviously other people on the street. So if we do this little whatever strip, then you might have someone do the normal curb and gutter, and so you have like 3 different types of sidewalks on the street. And I think that's why planning would say the big no to that, unless there was a wall or some sort of structure preventing you from doing a wider sidewalk. So what do we think? We have this recommendation from planning.
Well, so when we have a recommendation from planning, and if we pass a motion and find that they can have the variance And they can pay into the in lieu fee.
Right, but the
they can still come back and build the sidewalk.
Yes, well, the applicant basically said, when I asked about the in lieu fee, that they would just build the sidewalk the way it is, and even though they didn't like it, with the grass strip and the
right, well,
zigzag.
I move that we deny the variance.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? I'll second. Motion's been made, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
So 3-1. Didn't get 4 votes. John Michael.
The absence of 4 votes in support of a motion, the case will stay on the board's agenda until its next docket, which is April the 2nd, at which time any board members who are not present today will have the opportunity to review and participate in a new motion on that date. So we'll see case 363 again on our April 2nd docket.
Okay, next. August 2nd.
August 2nd. As always, talk to your council person.
Or check the wonderful website, nashville.gov, BZA, /BZA, has all that. Agendas, and go to the YouTube channel of the Metro Nashville Network and see 7 years of Board of Zoning Appeal cases.
Wow.
For your viewing pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, our next case is 2018-366, which involves the property at 2812 Hillside Drive. The owner of the property, Gina Napoli, has filed a request for a sidewalk variance. Ms. Sanford already referenced the fact that we heard from Councilmember Berkeley Allen earlier today, specifically on this case with regard to the sidewalk variance request. The aerial photograph here, though dated as this is now a developing and demolished lot, shows the proximity of Hillside as it spills back quite some ways from West End, but nevertheless in kind of the heart of District Number 18. The site plan submitted gives a proposed layout on this topographically challenged lot with regard to the structure that would be built. From our recent site visit, this is the looking into the interior of the lot in the lower right-hand corner. You see the topography more plainly there, and directly across the fairly narrow street in the upper left-hand corner. The view up and down Hillside, as shown here, upper left-hand corner looking back toward, very broadly speaking, the Love Circle and Fairfax Avenue area, and then going further up Hillside in the lower right-hand, shows you a small rock wall that helps retain some of the land on both sides of this property. You see the mature and developed trees, 3 in particular there in the upper left-hand picture as well. That's going to be part of the board's analysis one way or the other, as part of what Councilmember Allen spoke to you about earlier today, kind of at the outset of our meeting, and doubtless will pose some portion of your consideration one way or the other. Before we jump in, is there anyone here in opposition to case number 366? Seeing none, if the appellants will come forward at this time, you'll have 5 minutes to make the desired presentation to the board with regard to the sidewalk variance. Just please introduce yourselves by name and address. Mr. Chairman, in the absence of an appellant, the board has the ability to deny an appeal. However, I think it's board's history to more frequently grant a deferral to our next docket date.
Okay, let's defer it. Motion to defer to August 2nd. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, August 2nd.
And the board's justice is swift.
And let Council Lady Allen know that it didn't show up.
Case number 2018-368 is our next case. That involves the property at 601 27th Avenue North in Council District Number 21. Catalyst Design Group is the appellant on behalf of E3 Construction Services, the named owner of the subject property. This is a request for a variance from the height requirements, or height restrictions rather, in an RM 15A, or alternative zoning district. It's construction of a multifamily project at the intersection of Torbit and 27th North. The elevation submitted shows the proposed finished look of the project that's being built. Right angle here.
Could you go back 2 slides to the, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry.
From my recent site visit, you see the project well underway, and a little bit closer here on the 27th Avenue side rather than the Torbit side. A view up 27th there in the upper left-hand corner and back down Torbit in the lower left. Now, the note here is that this is an alternative district, which means that rather than having a setback from the street requirement, projects have a build-to zone in which they must begin the construction of the house. So they have to be within so many feet of the street. They're fine in that regard. However, for the height requirements or height restrictions, a building can go up to X number of feet within that build-to zone, then a 15-foot step back and go up higher again, thus creating the effect you see here, probably better from the prior slide, of kind of a stair-step look going from right to left in that picture. However, a portion of the building is proposed to be constructed in that step-back area. So this is not a sky plane case in the sense that we occasionally see them, but instead actually a height variance within the step-back area. The parties are represented and will make their presentation today. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 368? Seeing none, if the appellants will come forward and address the board, you'll have 5 minutes to do so.
Good afternoon. I'm Philip Piercy with Catalyst Design Group, 5016 Centennial Boulevard. I'm here to represent E3 on this request. As John Michael noted, the zoning requires the step back, and for the corner unit, that is applied to both streets. And so while these units right here, there's 6 units proposed on the property. These are under construction. They're not affected by a side street like the corner unit is. So that's the main discussion here, is that corner unit. We're asking for a variance on the step back off of Torbit. It would still meet the step back off of 27th so that all 6 units would look the same. The step back on Torbit would cause the 3rd floor of the corner unit to only be 7 foot wide because it's step back from both streets. We'd also asked in the request for the parapet walls not to be counted in the height for all 6 units because the architect was accustomed to working in the MUL district, and the parapets do not count in the height on those. So that was in the request as well. Be glad to answer any questions you have. The picture you have here shows a development beyond, just across the alley. It was an MUL district, and these units are very similar, but have the buildings slid back. So it's kind of in character with what's going on in that neighborhood. There's the same kind of construction across from those units you see in the background, and there's some other property down the street that's proposed at MUL that will allow this, the same type development.
Okay, questions? What do our architects think of this?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
And hopefully I've explained that well, of the step back off of Torbit. You get kind of a double hit.
And the parapet walls, how tall are they above what's required?
4 feet.
But just in the setback here. Are you saying the parapet walls are everywhere or just in the setback?
It would be the
For the step back.
parapet walls in the, I guess everywhere, because they're all in the step back.
So John Michael, parapet walls were counted differently here, is that true? The parapet walls, do they count?
In the height calculation here. And that's why I think Mr. Piercy was quick to note that that is part of the variance request for the board's consideration.
They're counted in the multifamily districts, but not in the mixed-use districts.
I don't have any questions per se, Chairman. I just.
Okay. Anything else to add?
Nothing.
So can I ask John Michael another question? Once again, this is kind of a slightly unusual case. Why is it in front of us?
Well, any height variance would come to the board, of course. What makes it unusual is that there aren't as many of the A or alternative districts zoned in Davidson County yet. That's a fairly new animal created by the Metro Council only a few years ago. I'd say maybe 5 or 6 years ago, maybe not much more than that. As a result, we've not seen as many appeals in those districts, and certainly with regard to this slightly different approach to managing height as it scales back from a street. Bring the building closer to the street in a build-to zone. Don't be at full height at that build-to zone right up beside the street, but instead step back. The requirement here, and I think Mr. Piercy pointed to this, is 20 feet within the step-back area as being the height maximum. Come in 15 feet, and you see a little bit of that stair-step effect, as I noted earlier. A little more evident there. Then a max height of 35. Why is it before you? It's a height variance. They've gotten into the space where they otherwise would not be allowed to be, and so it's just a determination as to whether or not they've got a hardship that merits the variance.
But we also have to determine about the parapet wall?
That's essentially part of the height, whether it's a parapet wall or the finished ceiling of a condo unit or apartment or whatever. It's kind of part of the same analysis there.
And we measure these from the finished floor of the first floor?
I thought from finished grade, so I have to go back and look that up again, sorry.
That was my impression, and these seem to indicate they're measured from the finished floor.
Okay, so while he's checking on that, let's talk about the hardship. What's the hardship here?
Mainly on the corner unit is that corner unit is getting a double hit. It doesn't really matter that we don't have that corner unit right on the right of way of Torbit, but it has to be within 15 feet. And I think it was, I'll have to unfold the plan, but I think it was about 7 feet off. And so no matter where you put that unit, you're getting a 15-foot knock in the height. And so we're just asking for the side on Torbit to not be applied. It'll still meet it on 27th, but it's not on the Torbit side. And so all the units would look like this. I would note, this construction is just the other units. The 6th unit has not been started yet. It's just the foundation's in, that's it.
So the corner unit you started though, right?
Just the foundation. There's another unit that goes in between those and the corner.
So go ahead.
Do these units that are being constructed also need that variance to the parapet?
Well, if they had parapet hadn't been built on that yet, but they would like to get the parapet on there. If not, they'll have to put some kind of railing that's it's not a parapet.
Is a railing allowed in that? As long as it's not something.
We're queuing up questions for John Michael.
Yeah, maybe I'll wait.
So why did you build a foundation? Did you think that you just automatically get this variance?
No, the contractor had the foundation in early before he realized the issue. Something about, and I don't know the rules because I'm the civil engineer, not the architect, but that if he had design foundations, he could get started without a permit or something, or foundation permit. But
Oh, he got a grading permit, you're saying?
he had a grading permit.
But if it's in an area you weren't really allowed to build.
They can get foundation permits. I think that's pretty.
It's still built there. It's just not. It's the height.
Okay, gotcha.
Do a sequencing and.
Right, at their own risk.
Well, never mind.
I've already forgot what I asked John Michael.
Oh, it was about how it's measured.
Where you measure the finished floor.
Yeah. Right. 11 more cases after this.
Space are you talking about? If you measure
Mr. Harper, your prior question may be partially informed, partially confused, or partially affected in some way by the fact that in the A districts you also have the 18 to 36-inch requirement at the ground level to raise that if you have residential uses on the first floor. It's a highly specific requirement in the A districts. Doesn't appear anywhere else in the zoning code, but because you do have residential throughout the entire building here that is applied, that may be throwing off a little bit of the calculation in that regard. Regardless, looking back to 1712-020A of the zoning code, which typically applies to 1 or 2 family dwellings, we do get the language about maximum height shall be measured from a natural grade. And that's in the note section under that table. And there's no further clarification with regard to height management in that particular section. So that's how I've interpreted it there, and I'll keep looking to see if I see something different. Sorry that's kind of a short notice research question.
I don't know that it's directly addressed anywhere in the code. I think we might have to infer, but obviously if it has to be up above grade, then the question is where do you start counting?
Now, I don't know if you can tell from this picture right, but they're individual units. They're not connected. They have like 7 feet between them. And if considered single family, they would have been allowed to be 3 stories at the right of way, but they're considered multifamily.
Well, my question is somewhat moot to the issue. I guess it's not moot. I guess it depends on where the step back starts. You know, it's either the way it looks in your drawings that it starts at the roof line at the base of the parapet, and then that's where the step back should be, unless you're supposed to be counting from natural grade, then part of your roof is in the no-no area. But I don't know if that matters to the board or not. I don't know that it matters to me. It's confusing.
Okay. Anything else to add? We'll close the public hearing discussion. Architects, get us started.
Well, I understand the hardship for the corner lot. I understand that, how that would be restricted, and probably not was the intent of what was written in the zoning code.
What about the height?
The parapet, I don't see the hardship there. So I don't know if we can make 2 motions on that, unless, I don't know what the rest of you all think.
Mr. Harper.
I probably would have made that mistake on the parapet. Doesn't excuse it, but I've always assumed that, chimneys, wing walls, parapets. But I'd also be interested to know if railing if you have to count that in the height.
Does John Michael railing? He's shaking his head no.
It does not.
Does not count.
So there's relief for them there. They can go back and change it to a railing and still have the usable roof space, I suppose. Yeah. So.
Okay.
I
Ms. Sanford,
think I agree with.
Okay. Anyone have a motion?
So I'll
It's
move,
separate motions. It sounds like you want
I
to.
guess so. Can I move to approve the variance request for the
The corner setback.
corner setback? Is that
Mhm.
step
Step
back?
back.
Thank you. But deny the variance request for the parapet. Can that
Okay,
be
you could
one?
be one. Yeah. Mhm.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? 4-0. John Michael. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the next case for the board's consideration is 2018-373 involving the property at 1532 Harwood Drive in Council District Number 7. Shown here on the zoning map just off of Porter Road. A little hot section of activity for the BZA today. Aerial photograph shows the lot in a prior condition, not demolished. Here's a proposed site plan for the proposed layout of the structures there. This is going to be a request for a sidewalk variance. From my recent site visit, sign properly noticing the upcoming hearing, view across the street in the upper left-hand corner, and view up and down Harwood in its current condition, of course, noticing no sidewalk at that location. Okay. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 373? All right, Misty Tobit is the appellant on behalf of Green Hills Construction, the owner of that property. In the absence of opposition, there'll be 5 minutes allocated for the presentation to the board. Please come forward and introduce yourself by name and address.
My name is Misty Tobit. We're representing the property at 1532 Harwood Drive. I don't know how to go back to the pictures, but one of the properties that he had was not the actual property. Is there a way to go back to some of these?
Let's flip back
I'm
and
sorry.
tell us which one was not yours.
Okay, that is correct. And
Okay.
where the red is that one right there.
That's not your property?
That, I don't know what that is.
That's Google.
Okay. That's not where our property is. There was never a structure where we're trying to get ready to build one. I apologize that y'all have had other sidewalk variance requests. I guess we feel like there's a little bit different hardship here. We have a detached HPR structure. This is a corner lot. This is where somebody, I guess the previous owner had subdivided off basically the backyard of their property. It's at the corner of Porter Road, and the property that we're wanting to build on faces the Harwood Drive property, or the Harwood Drive road. We have discussed and talked with the council member who said that Councilman Davis said that he was going to present a letter to you guys in favor. I don't know if that has been received from you guys.
John Michael, is this in Councilman Davis's district? Anthony. Oh.
Here is a copy of the email from him that says that he was going to have his staff send in a letter of support for us. So I don't actually have the letter, but that was just where he said that he was going to do that.
Oh, let's see. Yes, we do.
Okay. I also have the letter from planning for their recommendations.
So Councilman Davis saying he's sending us a letter of support, so his email saying he's doing that is a letter of support.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Well, the letter of recommendation that I got from the planning department, I have noticed where they pulled out where it says that we're requesting the variance for sidewalk due to the lack of existing sidewalks along both Porter Road and Harwood Drive. That's not really what our variance request was for. What we're trying to get at is you've got this detached HPR property, which is a very large property, and you've got Unit A, who has it's an existing home that's been there for several years, many years, and there is an owner there that we are not in conjunction with, or we haven't even discussed it with them yet because it's in a remodel phase and they're getting ready to sell it, so there's going to be another owner that comes into play there. But we're trying to build a house on 1532 Harwood, which would consider to be Unit B in this HPR element here. And in the pulling of the permit process, we had learned that it triggered the sidewalk.
For the whole thing?
For the whole thing. And if you look, I have a site plan here. The one that was submitted was, that's a little different than the one that I submitted, but the one that I had submitted looked like it was done by a preschooler, so I apologize for that. This one more so is is from the survey company, but it doesn't show the sidewalks on there, but it shows you where, we're planning on building Unit B, and it looks as though there is a property boundary somewhat between Unit A and Unit B that shows the road frontage only being about 67 feet for the Harwood Drive property. But the variance is, not the variance, but the ordinance is saying that we're going to have to do the sidewalk all the way up Harwood and all the way around Porter Road as well. And to us, it appears as though our property is only the 67 foot of the Harwood Drive.
Yeah, John Michael, could this be an item A? I mean, to me,
There's really no zoning staff interpretation that would be challenged there. With an HPR development, if in fact a lot is, as you know, an HPR, horizontal property regime, is not a subdivision of land. Our former zoning administrator used to point that out on a regular basis and emphasize it because it's really important for a lot of our land use regulations in this regard. Here, if you've got one lot, it can be established through an HPR for multiple residential structures, and that appears to be the case here. 2 residential structures proposed through the HPR, but it is on one lot. So to the question, I suppose you could say an item could have been filed saying this was really a subdivision and not an HPR, but I don't think any documentation suggests that that was the case.
But normally, I guess under our current interpretation of our sidewalk bill, whoever gets there first and bills first has to pay for this whole thing unless they beg.
Whoever gets there first after the effective date of the ordinance, July 1, 2017, and that does seem to be the case here.
Okay.
Just correct, because the people that own Unit A had to pull a permit to do their remodel, and I'm assuming they have pulled the permit before the ordinance was taken into or before the ordinance was in place. And so now us trying to build it is putting all the responsibility on us.
So you're Unit B?
We want to build Unit B. Unit A is already there, and it's been an existing home for many, many years. Whoever bought that property, I say subdivide, but I guess it's not really a subdivision. It was zoned multi-family, so they established this HPR, which allows us to build basically in the backyard of that property, which gives you a different address because it faces, the road frontage is going to be on Harwood, not Porter Road.
And they're asking you to build from here all the way to here?
Yes, all the way around.
So how many, so there's 2 parties in this HPR.
That's correct. I'm not aware of who the current owner is of Unit A, but we own, what I have learned, I think, we own the right to build Unit B. Not necessarily, we don't necessarily own the whole property. We own the right to build on Unit B's section, which is confusing too.
So the planning department is recommending that you contribute in lieu for Porter Road only.
Which makes no sense to me as well. When I had received the letter from the sidewalk, I had responded to the email from whomever it came from, and I never heard back, so I'm not real sure where to go with the planning department on that. But it doesn't seem fair for us to have to do the sidewalk, or even the in lieu of fee. I mean, if we have to do the in lieu of fee, we feel as though it should just be the section where we're building that has the 67-foot road frontage on Harwood Drive, because you can see on the site plan, there's 2 distinguished sides there.
What would you
have the option to just build the sidewalk on your front of your property? What if that was an option?
Well, yes. I mean, either had to have the right to just build in front of our property or the in lieu of fee there, whichever, I guess
So
we
you're
could weigh out
agreeable
the
to
cost.
the in lieu fee for 67 feet?
If that was an option, yes.
Anything else to add?
Wait, are you A or B? Unit A or
B. Like I said, it's a corner lot, and it's basically the backyard of the house that faces Porter Road. Unit A faces Porter Road, which is actually right across the street from Stratford High School, and there is already a sidewalk on that side of the road too, which I don't know if that matters or not. I don't know if they allow the construction of sidewalks on both sides of the road, but Porter Road already has sidewalks on the opposite side of where this house is.
Okay. Anything else to add?
I don't think so.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to weigh in on this, but if anybody has any questions about HPRs and how this thing works, just ask. If you're clear on that, that's fine. I'm not weighing in.
We're not clear at all.
Well, I tend to think that since it's an HPR, that if you have to build, the rule says you have to build the whole sidewalk around the whole frontage, then that's a whatever the governing body of the HBR is, like, there's some contractual agreement between some entity that would take care of common things on the property, whether it was 2 properties or 3 properties, like a condo association type thing. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, so an HPR in this situation is going to have 3 parcels. It's going to have a Unit A parcel, and that's going to be the Unit A itself, the structure, a Unit B parcel, which is going to be Unit B, the structure, and then a Unit C, which is going to be the entire common area for the lot. So it's the entire property. So all of the property that you see there, all the land, all the grass, all the dirt you see is owned in common between the owners of Unit A and Unit B. And that's set up through the master deed and a homeowners association. So the entire property, all of it, all of the grass, all the dirt in front and behind Unit A and Unit B is owned in common by the owners of both Unit A and Unit B through the homeowners association. So taking that analysis, the owner of Unit B owns the entire lot. The owner of Unit A also owns the entire lot. So under the sidewalk ordinance, whenever you've got a renovation of an existing residential structure, that never triggers sidewalks. When you have new construction of a new single-family residential structure, that does trigger sidewalks in this location. So unfortunately, the person who's building the new house gets hit with the sidewalk requirement for the entire property, both frontages. Why? Because that person owns all of the land in conjunction with the person who owns Unit A.
And that was in the ordinance, it was intended to be that way?
Now, I can't speak to intent now, and I'm not taking a position on this because there's many parts of the sidewalk ordinance I do not agree with. I'm just explaining HPR law.
Well, thank you for that clarification. That makes it much clearer how we're here today. So the applicant has said that she would abide by what I think are 2 reasonable requests. One was to pay into the in lieu fund for 67 feet, and then the other just to build a sidewalk in front of her new unit. So,
I agree.
any thoughts of?
No, that makes sense.
Should we ask which one she prefers?
Well, I feel we could give her the choice.
Can we give her the choice in a motion?
Call the appellant back up to discuss something.
Okay, please come forward. Okay.
I would like to be given the choice because I think it would take into consideration on how much it costs to actually build the sidewalk versus how much the in lieu fee is on which one I would choose.
$178 per linear foot by 67 feet. That's going to put you somewhere in the ballpark of $10,000 to $11,000, rough estimate.
And I can't say for certain how much it's going to cost to do the sidewalk. So that's why I'm saying I mean, if the sidewalk only costs $9,000 to build, then it's cheaper to build versus the in lieu fee. But I mean, okay.
The board, of course, has the option to, if they choose to grant a variance with some relief from the sidewalk requirement under the ordinance, you can structure the motion to be either or.
Okay, good. That's what we need to know.
That's what I want to do.
Motion.
Okay, I'll move that the applicant be able to either contribute in lieu construction on the Harwood Drive
67
67
feet for the Unit B.
or
I don't know what to say.
Unit B, yep.
Just Unit B. But
Or-
the Unit B that goes from the property line to the dividing line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
Build the sidewalk for that same length.
in front of Unit B.
And I'll
Unit B,
second
which
it.
is 67 feet.
Okay, motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Good luck. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next case to be presented to the board is 2018-374. This involves a property at 1901 Church Street, just out of downtown, in an MUIA zoning district. Buck Lindsay is the appellant on behalf of Tim Reynolds, the current owner of the property, again located at 1901 Church, shown here on the zoning map, not too far from St. Thomas Midtown and some of the other hospitals in that part of town. Shown here on the aerial, just a catty corner from a recent residential development a couple of years back. The site plan submitted shows a proposed layout for the hotel, and the requests related to this hotel are for a special exception from the height restrictions, because this is property within the urban zoning overlay, or UZO, and also for a variance from loading berth requirements and maximum number of floor requirements. The number of floor requirements sort of goes hand in hand with the height special exception, of course. But the 2 loading berths that are required here are the subject of a variance request for a reduction down to 1 loading berth. The appellants are represented by local counsel as well. As noted, this is the MUIA zoning district. The elevations submitted give you a proposed layout here at the intersection of 19th and Church. And you can see the height that is proposed at that location. This would be dead opposite corner looking back toward that intersection of 19th and Church, and so you can see the back area as well. From my recent site visit, the view of the subject property in its current condition in the lower right-hand corner, caddy corner, view out from the property in the upper left. And this view shows kind of the straddle of 1901 Church on the corner there in the upper left, and a dividing wall from another structure there that's in place. It looks like it'll be subsumed by this project if granted. Then the view directly across 19th in the lower right-hand corner. The view up Church Street going outbound, kind of toward the Elliston Place area in the upper left-hand corner. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 374? Seeing none, the appellants will have 5 minutes to make the desired presentation. Come please introduce yourselves by name and address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White, 315 Dedrick Street. I represent the applicant. To my right is Buck Lindsay, who's the architect who's come in here from out of town on this presentation. Basically, as was commented by the staff, this is for a special exception and for variances. Because it's a special exception, the neighborhood meeting was required, as you heard earlier today, for so many of the other cases. This is Councilman Ed Kendall's district. We coordinated that neighborhood meeting through Councilman Kendall. Not one person showed up in opposition. We've stayed in touch with Councilman Kendall throughout, including as recently as this week. He has heard not only no opposition to the special exception, but no other objection to the variances of any sort that we're here for today. I'll mention that we were basically on consent today till sometime before the meeting started, and I want to address the issues, first of all, with respect to the variance itself on the loading berths. That everybody talks about hardship. It comes up here all the time. We understand that financial hardship is not the only consideration, period. But I do want to mention here, one of the reasons we've dealt with the different departments is because my client has an option on the property which expires at the end of this month. So we have been particularly appreciative of the staff of the planning department who recommended approval and the other departments. But that's the equitable situation. The other that I'll mention about hardship is the 13.7.207 of hardship talks about narrow, shallow topographic conditions. We hear that all the time. It also is very clear that you consider other exceptional circumstances. Here's the other exceptional circumstances. You have got 1 berth here instead of 2. The possibilities are this. You could have a second berth in the alley, and Mr. Lindsay's here. He can address how that would be extremely difficult. The other is we could have had a berth off of Church Street. That was clearly something that was considered. Mr. Lindsay can address this. The Public Works Department was absolutely clear to my client they did not want access on Church Street. The last discussion, we got down to the point where we were asking for right out only on Church Street. Not both ways out, not right in, right out, just right out only. Public Works didn't want that. I mean, Church Street is an area of town where it's very difficult, very looked at significantly by Public Works. They didn't want right out. When I heard that to the client, I said, just withdraw it, period. So we don't have any access for a possible berth on Church Street. 19th Street is also not possible. So we would respectfully ask that you consider that today as the hardship and also understand the equities of the fact that the client does have an option that expires. They're trying to get this approved. There should be 2 separate votes, one on the special exception, one on the variance. We'd ask for an approval on both. We can all count. There's 4 people here today. We need that support. We'll answer any questions that you've got. Mr. Lindsay, if you'll address the issue of the berth, please.
Thank you. My name is Buck Lindsay, 2621 Nutwood Trace, Duluth, Georgia. My specialization in architecture is hospitality, and we frequently run into urban areas where loading berth requirements are expressed. And I think they're historically built around convention hotels The kind of hotel that we're going to have is considered a select service hotel. Its deliveries generally come from a single vendor a few times a week. So the idea of 2 loading berths is practically not required. 1 loading berth is provided within the confines of the building. Ordinarily, we would expect loading to be either on a curb or on an alley. We have an alley here, which would be a natural place for another loading berth, but Public Works will not allow loading berths to be on alleys. They want all the loading transactions to occur within the footprint of the building. Because we were not allowed to have a cut on Church Street, in other words, through traffic, we only have our cut on the alley, maneuvering 2 12-foot by 55-foot tractor trailers inside the small footprint, 0.6 acre, would be practically impossible. So that's why we're requesting the single loading berth be approved. From an operational, functional point of view for the hotel, works wonderfully. The issue is, can the board see fit to understand the hardship that's presented in that we can't get a cut on Church Street, therefore having through traffic, which would make 2 berths much simpler to provide, isn't possible.
This is not a full-service hotel?
No.
No restaurant?
Yeah, there will be a restaurant. There,
But like, what kind of restaurant?
It's a boutique hotel. There will be a restaurant on the top of the building that would be open to the public.
Okay, so how many seats are we talking about?
70.
Okay, so laundry, food, what else unloads and loads in your?
Food service and laundry service are all there is. And Cisco is one of the universal suppliers that brings it all on one truck, one stop.
So board members, we've had 2 cases like this that we gave variances to. One is the Cambria Hotel there on Rosa Parks recently, and the other is the Home 2 Suites on Division. And one of their things was they said they would use box trucks instead of big 18-wheelers, and that's why we gave them their variance.
We were the architect for that project too, and it's the
Which
same.
one, the Home 2 Suites?
Both the Hilton Garden Inn and the Home 2 Suites.
Oh,
in
so this is just,
scenario.
okay, so you know the drill. Okay.
So is your testimony that you will not have trucks parked in the Church Street or 19th Avenue because there's another truck that's using the one loading space at that time? That's the concern.
Yeah, we don't see 2 trucks ever being present at the same time because all the service is coming from one service company.
Or can you go through the service company and have smaller trucks, box
You can,
trucks?
and that's, of course, an option that we play with, and we did play with that at Division Street.
Right. So, you know, this area, I mean, there are hotels, I mean, the Cambria location, I think, was more hectic for traffic because of its proximity to the convention center and probably the larger size of this hotel. But you think that linen services come in how many days a week?
Maybe 2.
And food comes in daily, I guess?
No, I would expect 2 or 3 times a week.
Then that's it. So the odds are it would be unusual that the truck would be there at the same time.
Exactly.
And if they did, they could wait, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And although the alley is not a place where service can occur per Public Works, staging a truck would not be a problem.
And that's off the beaten path in the traffic. Okay. Questions of the applicant? Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Close the public hearing. Discussion. Like I said, I think this is very similar. I didn't know that this same architect worked on the other 2 variance cases that we gave. So I think that this is a reasonable request. They still want one that they could unload and load on, and they obviously have experience of this. So I will make a motion that Mr. White wanted us to bifurcate this. So I will make a motion, first of all, that we approve the special exception with the height restrictions. They have met all the standards of the special exceptions. They've had their meeting, and they have the support of the council person. Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Okay. My second motion is a variance from 2 to 1 loading berth for this hotel, and that they are not supposed to have two trucks at one time, and if there are two trucks, the other one has to wait in the alley, and they should be able to, given the testimony of the applicant, they should be able to use this one berth, and they don't even come every day. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes. Good luck.
Really quick break.
Okay, quick break, John Michael.
We'll reconvene with the short-term rental appeals after this short break. The appellant is Justin Masai. The property is located at 706 South 12th Street in East Nashville, Council District Number 6. You've already heard from the council member with regard to this particular case. Here's an aerial photograph of the subject property. Mr. Masai is present. You'll have 5 minutes to make the desired presentation. Is there anyone here in opposition to case 269? Seeing none, if the appellant will please come forward. First, we'll hear from Mr. Osborne and then from the appellant.
Hey, Mr. Osborne, and thank you for these new summaries. They're very helpful to concisely talk about the issues of the case and tell us anything else that we need to know about this particular case. Let's start off. Tell us about, you wrote some concerns down on this case.
Did.
Tell us about your concerns here.
Well, the property changed ownership on February 26, 2018, and operation of the short-term rental continued through the same advertisements. People continued to stay there. I had some emails with Mr. Masai that are attached to that as well.
Which, thank you again.
Which he claimed not to receive any profits from, but then claimed a financial hit from, so I'm not sure how that works. And what I've also seen in my research is that he works for a company that's based in Arizona. His LinkedIn claims he's in Arizona, and then Facebook also says he lives in Chicago. And from further digging, we found that he owns property in Arizona as well.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Osborne?
Yep, it's an application for type 1.
Okay. Please come here, your name, address, and why you're here.
My name is Justin Masay. My address is 706 South 12th Street.
So before we get started here,
Sure.
where do you live?
I live here. I live in Nashville now.
How come your Facebook page says you live in Chicago
I think
and your
it's funny.
LinkedIn page says you live in Arizona?
Well, you can look at my LinkedIn page. It's not very active. Social media-wise, I'm not too active on there, but I would like to.
You have a Tennessee driver's license?
No, I just moved out here, so I'd like the opportunity to explain myself a little bit.
No, we're asking questions here.
Sure.
And
Happy
I
to
want to
answer.
know why you said on an application that you submitted to us that you lived here, and you just said you just recently moved here, and you don't even have a Tennessee driver's license.
Last year I moved here, so I'm still new, about 8 months ago.
Why are we to believe that you moved here when your Facebook page says you're in Chicago, your LinkedIn page says you're in Arizona, and you don't? Where's your driver's license from?
Arizona.
Okay.
So if I can explain, I travel a ton for work. Our corporate office is in Arizona, but January 1st, we opened, myself and my 4 partners, opened a location on Broadway, 4th and Broadway, Dierks Bentley's Whiskey Row. And I was the one that was kind of chosen by all of us to relocate out here and be the one to head this project. That being said, we do have a location called El Jefe in Chicago that I'm also responsible for that. I act as the director of operations for 11 locations, so my traveling is a ton. I'm in Chicago a lot. I'm back at our corporate office. I leave in 2 weeks for a week to be back in Arizona. Mr. Osborne did bring up that, yes, I do own a property in Arizona, but if I could prove to you guys that when I moved out here and closed on the house February 22nd, I have a new tenant in my Arizona condo that started March 1st for a 12-month lease. So when I go back to Arizona, I don't live in that house anymore. I know a lot of the stuff that you said, it sounds bad, but I move a lot. I'm in the hospitality industry. I'm new to Nashville, but I'm
new as of when?
I got out here right around Halloween of last year. Our company has three.
You managed to update your cover page on your Facebook page with Dirk Bentley's Whiskey Row, big Nashville sign, but if we look to the left, lives in Chicago, Illinois. You updated your profile on January 15th.
When I updated that, I lived in Chicago 5 years ago. So, I mean, I'm not
So
very.
you update your postings, but you don't update important information like where you live.
I mean, you can look at the date that I put that picture up. That was probably
January 15th.
the what?
I'm assuming this year.
Oh, okay.
Because Dirk Bentley's restaurant just opened.
We opened
So
January
you would
1st.
have put this year. This wouldn't have been able to be put up last year because it wasn't open.
Yeah,
correct?
No, it wasn't open last year. No.
So this is this year.
We have 4 locations
I know,
for Whiskey
but
Row.
this says Nashville.
Okay.
So this was 2018.
Okay.
So tell me where you live.
I live here, and I travel between here, Chicago, and Arizona. So obtaining a short-term rental permit is ideal for someone like myself that travels a ton. So when I'm in other cities, I can be able to help pay some of my mortgage.
So you're not going to sell the place in Arizona. You're just going to keep that rented long term.
Yeah, I mean that's a good cash flow for me.
Okay, continue.
As far as where the holdup was, I purchased the house from Ken Cunningham, who had obtained a short-term rental license and had been having the property on Airbnb. So again, that's what attracted me to it, was that, well, with the amount of travel I do, it would be nice to be able to supplement some of that mortgage. The understanding on my end was that I was going to, it was okay to operate with his permit while I was going through my 3 to 4 week process of obtaining a new license.
Now, what made you think that his permit would be your permit?
No, not mine, but that the property. Ken was from March or to 26 from when I closed through the month of March. He still had reservations in there, and part of the deal that we worked out on the side was that he would keep all that, and while I was getting my going through the 3 to 4 week process to obtain my license, that his license would stay active. So when I went through the process, went to Metro, I brought in all my paperwork, submitted everything. Nothing was flagged at that point. They said, everything's fine. The property's okay. All your paperwork looks good. Your last step is fire inspection. It took a little bit for fire inspection, but that date was slotted for April 5th. So I told Ken then, hey, go ahead and cancel your permit. It looks like the first week in April I'm gonna, I'll have my permit. Sure enough, I passed my fire inspection on the 5th. The gentleman said, if I can get the paperwork in today, you should be able to pick it up tomorrow. If I am busy today, if not, last thing Monday, you can get it. So I said, I'll just go in on Monday. I went in Monday, April 9th, and I was flagged. So that was the first point in time that I found out that I wasn't in compliance.
And why were you flagged?
They said I was operating and advertising without a permit. So I immediately reached out to Mr. Osborne, and that's when he started to educate me a little more, in the sense that I found out, in reality, when I closed on the house February 26, technically there was no permit from that point on. That was news to me. I had no idea. I immediately called Airbnb, who was actually really lucky and was very helpful in the sense that they didn't fine me for all of the for me to basically clear off the reservations that Ken had on the calendar for the rest of the year. That was somewhat of like 20 reservations from April through some into even 2019. So they cleared them off. I talked to my property manager and said, I need to be 100% compliant at this point. I just spoke with Metro. I was unaware of that I wasn't being compliant. That 20-minute process, they cleared all reservations, which was like almost $40,000 of future.
How many bookings was that?
It was like in the mid-20s, I believe.
You get $2,000 a reservation?
For the weekends? Oh yeah, he was getting like $700 for Friday and $7 for Saturday. So East Nashville. That was part of the reason too why it's a great time to obtain something like that. So my point is, you know, once I found out that I wasn't being compliant, I took every measure possible. That was a hard pill for me to swallow, but I did that because I wanted to, you know, appeal to you guys today and say that, you know, I want to do anything I can to be compliant and start fresh. I am new to town, and I'm still being educated on this whole process, but I was more than willing to clear everything off, start fresh, and, you know, present my case in front of you guys.
Okay, questions of the applicant, board members?
There's a lot said, so I just want to be sure I understand. You bought the property on the 26th of February,
Correct.
and then somehow you found out that you could not have short-term rentals without a permit.
I found that out when, on April 9th, when I passed my fire inspection on April 5th, and then I was told to pick up either Friday or Monday. I went to Monday to pick it up and pay for it, and when I went to pay for it, I was flagged. So in that small period of time of a weekend, that's when I was flagged.
You started the permit application process to get the permit sometime before April 9th?
Yeah, it was like first or second week in March. I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. And then how, again, did you find out you were supposed to get a permit?
I'm sorry?
How did you find out after you purchased the property that you were supposed to have a permit?
So the gentleman, Ken Cunningham, who I purchased the property from, was running a very respectable business. He literally had everything lined up for me as far as a list of requirements of what I'm going to need. He had tax papers. He showed me the way that he monthly does his taxes when he gets guests and whatnot. So he was actually very helpful in that sense. He was just not informed that, you know, in fact, he couldn't leave his permit on for the time being of when I was trying to obtain mine. So Mr. Osborne basically educated me that when you close on your house, if you're purchasing an existing Airbnb property, however long it takes you to obtain your permit, you basically are expected to clear off all reservations and start fresh. And that was what wasn't portrayed to me, and that was my mistake.
But when you found out you did clear off?
As soon as I found out the next day, I mean, you can see the email thread that I had with Mr. Osborne, and I'm sure you can find a date of when I pulled everything off, but it was the very next day, and that's when I wiped everything clean, again, in an effort to, you know, show that I want to be compliant. I am a business owner. I deal with different types of permits and stuff, but I don't like to be doing things not by the book, and so that's really it. I'm sorry that it seems like we're kind of hung up on the social media thing. I'm not as active as it may look on social media. If you want to go through my posts, I don't know if you can find the last time I actually made a post on my wall or anything like that.
Well, I know you made one January 15th announcing Dirks's new place opening up.
Yeah, that was, you know, something that we kind of have to do as a company and to push it. But as far as like being, you know.
But this is your personal page.
Yeah, it is.
This isn't a company page.
No.
Right, but it's all about, do you live here or not?
But I thought it says applicant operated prior to obtaining the legally required permit is what we're debating.
Right.
Not whether or not it's a type 1 or owner occupied or non-owner occupied. That's not the appeal.
That's
yeah.
The appeal, it does have to do with the prior operation proceeding, obtaining the up-to-date permit for the up-to-date owner. You're exactly right. We have seen cases where the questions come up about either ownership history or in the alternative owner-occupied status for type 1 or owner-occupied applications. Obviously, the board doesn't determine whether or not to grant a permit once the application goes through, just whether or not to reduce the 12-month wait period. But some of the information that's fleshed out of these hearings is informative for purposes of the eventual determination as to whether or not an applicant is in fact legally eligible for an owner-occupied permit. Hence the points from Mr. Osborne and the benefit of the kind of detailed examination from the board.
If it's found that he doesn't live here, then you won't give him a permit.
He'll get to apply. It'll just be that there won't be eligibility for an owner-occupied. And not to bury the lead here, because it is RS5 zoning, That's a zoning district that does not allow the issuance of non-owner occupied permits under the current iteration of the local law. And although the state law changed on May 17th, I don't think that, given there's been a sale of the property, I don't think that he is connected back by any sort of grandfathering concept. Happy to go back and research that, but I don't think it would apply here.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant? Anything else to add? Nothing else to add?
Oh, no, personally, no.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing discussion. We have Mr. Osborne's information. You've heard from the applicant. What do we think?
Well, it looks like there were 3 documented stays while the permit was being obtained. Can we ask you about that?
Yep,
I'm sorry,
come
if you
back.
don't mind.
So when I closed on the 26th and then filed, as I said, Ken still had his short-term rental permit going through the month of March. So
But you said you canceled all of them, but you didn't.
I didn't find out that I wasn't being compliant until April 9th.
Okay.
So that was the confusion. So Ken still kept that revenue that he made off that. To touch on what Mr. Osborne had said, that he was confused at what I meant by I'm not profiting off it. I think that was the hang up there, is the March profit of, I think there were a couple stays there, went to the original owner. When I realized I was flagged on the 9th, that's when that ended.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. John Michael, I have a question for you. The way our short-term rental laws were written, what is the violation? Is it someone staying there, or is it something else sometimes? If I post something on one of these sites,
If you as a property owner or operator of a short-term rental property advertise and you do not have a permit, obviously in your name for that property,
whether
that's a
someone
violation.
stays there or not. That's
Correct.
all.
Doesn't matter if you book a stay or not. If you are a fantastic failure at actually booking your residence, but you continue to advertise without a permit, you're in violation of the law, subject to a 1-year wait before you're allowed to apply again.
Okay.
But I want to ask this, where are we, since I assume and we're led to believe that the bookings were under another name, the former owner. So how does that affect what this current owner is?
That's a smart question. I think this is the easiest way to answer it. The day that property closed and was sold from Mr. Cunningham to our appellant today, that short-term rental permit died, effective immediately upon the closing on that property.
Change of ownership.
The change of ownership or transfer, I think, is the exact verb used in both our ordinance and in the state law. So the moment ownership transferred, that permit ceased to exist, and any advertisement that was up the next morning after they woke up after closing represented a violation of law. Any rental that took place represented a violation of law, and regardless of who financially benefited from the booking, if every penny of it went to the prior property owner, either way, that is now going to affect our appellant today with regard to his attempt to obtain a short-term rental permit, because there were those documented stays at the property and known advertising of the property for short-term rental purposes during the period that he owned the property and did not have, as he still does not have, a short-term rental permit.
Okay.
But I can't believe Airbnb would make money available to the new owner if they don't even know there's a new owner. So it was be like me trying to do an Airbnb in Mr. Harper's home, because Mr. Cunningham no longer owned it, but he was profiting from it. This
At
is
risk
really-
of sounding a bit cavalier, Ms. Sanford, I don't have the experience of Airbnb being real particular about who gets what as long as they get theirs, and they got theirs on these transactions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, discussion.
Well,
It's appealing to us to not have a year.
We thought we had heard it all.
Oh, this is a new one.
well, I think the issue of whether or not he lives there will be decided by the codes department.
Okay.
So I think that's clear. It does seem like he's very confused, and usually when people are very confused about the process, we've given them some leniency. It does seem he canceled stays, is what he testified. Does anyone else have comments?
Well, I think It's been a while. I mean, it's been like days since Councilman Withers was here at 1 o'clock. But if I recall, because I wrote concerns, and I'm assuming that meant he had concerns about whether or not there was a residency issue or not. So all that is to say that, you know, whatever we decide, if we say you can apply tomorrow, that's great, but code still has to determine whether he lives there, and that's up to them. And if they decide he doesn't, he can always come back and appeal that. So I'm not that worried about the residency part, honestly. And as far as everything else, it's unusual circumstances in this case, but the confusion is pretty typical. So, I mean, you know, I feel like it's in the lighter end of things.
So would you be willing to go with 90 days from April 9th when he was in
4 months.
From April 9th?
He's, Mr. Young is
4.
suggesting 4 months from April.
Mhm.
So it would make him eligible in August.
Sure, so somebody make that motion.
I'd be glad to make that motion. That, I'm not sure how to word this motion, though.
What we say?
It's been a while. That the zoning administrator did not err in refusing to grant that permit, the short-term rental permit, but that we do take into account the confusion that a new resident of our city had, and that he would be eligible to apply for a permit 4 months from April 9th, which is the day he went in to apply.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion's been made, properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Eligible 4 months from April, what is it? 9th. Okay, John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case for the board's consideration is 2018-296, a short-term rental case involving the property at 1338 Cardinal Avenue. John Wicks is the appellant and owner of the property. We'll hear from staff first, and then Mr. Wicks, go ahead and please come forward so you can address the board after staff presentation. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 296? Seeing none, there'll be 5 minutes once Mr. Osborne makes his presentation. Again, Mr. Wicks, feel free to come forward and take a seat.
So we found out about this one through host compliance, sent a notice on February 9th, 2018. He was previously permitted January 2016, but that permit expired the following year. No complaints, no other action was taken. Looks like the advertisement was removed between February 19th and 25th.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Osborne? Oh, thank you. Please come forward, state your name and why you're here.
John Wicks, resident 1338 Cardinal Avenue. I am appealing on the grounds that
You could not address an envelope, put a stamp on it, and send in a $50 check.
yes, actually, not that I couldn't do that, but I actually did not understand the procedure and failed to do what I needed to do. So I have to admit I'm guilty, but I did not understand that the permit actually had a particular expiration date. I thought, and among many people who started this process very early on, there was a lot of confusion as to when the expirations occurred. I'm just guilty of not following up and actually clarifying. But I mean, I've shown up for all of the Airbnb meetings. I did everything I could to try to be involved with the community and understand what was required of me as an owner-occupant. But I will admit, was negligent in not handling it properly because of confusion and letting it get past me. And I also want to add that the other reason that I didn't follow up when I immediately received the letter was I also was informed by someone else that I needed to make sure all of my taxes were up to date. And at that particular point,
You weren't paying your hospitality taxes?
Well, I was behind on that particular month and had not paid it yet. So that was also I was getting ready to send that in, but it's all excuses for not knowing the process.
Are you current with your hospitality tax?
I am. Everything is up to date. I have been up to date and has also got immediately online and canceled everything I could get canceled with. I think maybe a week or two after was an exception. I didn't realize that I hadn't let them know to be canceled, but I'd canceled almost a year and a half worth of bookings that were with Airbnb. So,
Did you say there were meetings?
yeah, I was coming to, since the very beginning of all of the Airbnb meetings that people were coming to about the legislation and the upcoming legislation and
Public
proposals.
hearings,
Public
council
hearings. I mean,
meetings.
I've been running an Airbnb since before we even started all of this. So I have just not been clear on how everything was proceeding up until recently.
Okay, other questions, board members? Anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing discussion.
Well, we've heard these cases before where the appellant has had the permit and they don't realize it expires, and I feel that that's a common mistake, unfortunately, and that's a lighter penalty.
Okay, make a motion.
Any other comments? So I'll move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant be able to apply for the permit on Monday, which is more than a 2-month penalty.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Next.
Next case to be presented to the board is 2018-338 involving the property at 601 Morrow Road out in Council District Number 20. Charlene Brannon is the appellant and owner. Ms. Brannon will please come forward at this time. Is there any opposition to case number 338?
Is she here?
Seeing none, is Charlene Brannon in the audience? Come on forward at this time. Have a seat at the front table. Mr. Osborne will make the presentation for staff, then you hear from the appellant, who will have 5 minutes to address the board.
All right, so this one, we sent a notice on May 3rd, 2018. We have received previous complaints about it not being permitted, but we haven't got to that complaint yet. Looks like it started operation March 2018 to May of 2018 with 11 stays. I am concerned about ownership and the knowledge that they had about our regulations. Because Chase Brannon, one of the people on the deed, made a Facebook post about our regulations, and you'll see that in the attachment.
Well, while you mention that, Mr. Osborne, let's read that for everybody so people at home can see what we're seeing. There's a Chase Brannon, who you said is on the deed.
Yes.
And on January 23rd, which I'm assuming is this year, there's a post on the aforementioned Facebook that goes the following. Explain to me why Metro would not reduce the number or people that can stay in a single property, ? The current number is ridiculous, ! The number of rooms times 2 plus 4. Why can't you say number of rooms times 2 with a maximum of 6 people? Airbnb will happen no matter what bill they pass because Metro doesn't have the manpower to regulate it. Mr. Osborne, you are one of the regulators, right?
Yes, sir.
I think you're doing a pretty good job on, we seem to have a lot of these cases in front of us every meeting. So, interesting detective work there. Any questions for Mr. Osborne? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant. Please state your name, address, why you're here.
My name is Charlene Brannon, 601 Morrow. First of all, that's my son. I can't put what he posts on Facebook.
He's on the deed, isn't he?
He's on the deed, yes.
He was on the deed before you were on the deed.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Case because I live in Port St. Lucie, Florida. I lived at the time. I was transferring up here to help him with his 3 children, and my income would not warrant me to purchase the house
So why were you put on the deed?
because I put my money up to buy the house.
Okay.
But we had to get a loan on it, so I put the 20% down to buy the house. But as I said before, I don't have the income to buy it. I'm just receiving.
When did you move here?
I moved here. I've got my driver's license. I've got my voter, where I've registered to vote.
When did you move here?
I'm going to say the first couple weeks of March.
Okay. So why are we here?
Well, I'd like to reduce the amount of months I need to get it. I did not know. I can't help what he posts, but I'm in charge of doing it. It's my phone number was on the Airbnb, and I did not know in Florida you did not have to have a license. I didn't know it was this regulated. I came in 5/18 when I finally, it took a while for me to get all the way 100% up here. I came in at 5/18, and I didn't have enough documents. So they sent me back home. In the term, that's when I started getting everything together. That's all I can say. I didn't know we needed a license in Florida. We do not need one. This is the first one I've ever had. But it did take me a couple months to get my driver's license, my voter reg, everything in line, and to go over, everything. I can't help what he posts. You don't see any negative posts about you guys on mine.
Did you like this post?
I didn't even know he posted it, to be honest, because I wouldn't, no. I did not know he posted it. It's a ridiculous post, and in the business he's in, he shouldn't be posting stuff like that.
Okay, so you say you came from Florida, you didn't know that there was regulation, so when you found out, or you got a letter from us, what did you do?
In May, I was talking to somebody, and they said, well, you have to be licensed. So in May, for a fact, on the 18th, I started it. No, wait a minute. I went in before then and started it. And I didn't have, my online bank account. I'll be honest, like the first guy said, I do most of my online banking. I haven't had everything changed back when I first went in there.
Were you paying the hospitality tax?
No, I didn't know anything about that because I wasn't licensed.
Are you paying it now?
I haven't, I don't know.
back?
I didn't even know till today that you needed to pay it. I'll be more than honest. I don't know anything else. This is the first time I've had one.
Okay.
And so a gentleman out in the lobby was the one who's told me about that. And I said, how much do you pay? What's the stuff?
So Mr. Osborne has records of 11 rentals. Does that sound right?
Probably.
Okay. From March 2018 to May 2018.
Right, because we got our notice in May. The minute we got the notice, I came in here. We had to already shut it down when we got the notice.
So you canceled all the future
And
ones.
shut the whole website, the Airbnb website down.
Okay. Questions?
When did you buy the house?
The end of February.
And when did you start renting it?
Do you know when I did? I don't know. I don't see him.
It's on here.
By the end of March, maybe? March or April?
It's the first thing on the sheet.
Oh,
Sometime
I'm sorry.
in
March to
March.
I got you. I'm sorry. Misread that. Okay.
I have not sold my house in Florida yet, so it is grave hardship having both of them right now. So that little bit of money I had was helping out. Should I put my license away now to show you that I have it?
No, you can put it away. So do you live in this house?
Yes.
Who else lives in this house?
Nobody.
Why is your son's name on the deed then?
I told you before, I
Okay.
couldn't qualify for the loan. It's a loan on the house. I couldn't qualify.
But then you said you bought it yourself, or you
Well,
had
no,
the money.
I gave him the down payment. It's in his and my name.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I couldn't qualify for it.
Okay, that's fine. Questions of the applicant? Anything else to add?
No.
Okay, close the public hearing, discussion.
Well, it doesn't seem any different than other ones we hear, even though, this was hard to hear all of it. So I don't think the penalty should be that severe.
I agree.
Someone make a motion?
Sure. I will move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant be allowed to apply for the permit 3 months from the date that we have on the application, which is May 18th. So 3 months from then.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. They'll be eligible to apply 3 months from May 18th. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case of the board's consideration is 2018-351. That involves a property at 1020 Monroe Street in Council District 19, just kind of up in the Germantown, Salem Town area. Roberta Chevret is the appellant and owner of that property. Please feel free to come forward, Ms. Chevret. Very well. Mr. Osborne will make a brief staff presentation, and in the absence of opposition, the appellant will have 5 minutes to address the board. Mr. Osborne.
So I'm not seeing, we sent a notice on April 2nd, 2018. Looks like there were 14 rentals from February of 2018 to May of 2018. Host indicates that it was removed around April 18th, and the appeal was filed May 24th. The advertisement went up and down several times after being removed, and host shows or indicates that there are more stays in May, but I don't have advertisement to show that.
So how do we know that there were more stays?
Generally, host goes through and catalogs it each week.
They take a kind of a census, a screenshot,
Right.
whatever. Okay.
Right. However, I guess it noted that it went up and wasn't able to get a screenshot of before it went back down.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Osborne? Thank you. Please come forward, state your name, address, while you're here.
Hi, I'm Roberta Chevret, and I live at 1020 Monroe Street. And I am here to ask for your leniency on allowing me to get the short-term rental permit, and I can address the issues that Mr. Osborne brought up.
Okay.
So what happened is I went in on May 24th to get a permit, and I'd already had the listing up. When I went in, David Freibut, the zoning examiner, he was, by the way, he does a fabulous job. He's a good city employee. He let me know that I had been cited. I actually did not receive the citation, or I'm not sure what happened to it, so I was unaware that I had been flagged. So that's the first issue that he mentioned, and I'll address the others as well, but I want to give you a more general timeline of my opening the Airbnb and not knowing that I needed the permit.
So did you rent any after you received the letter not to rent?
I actually did not receive the letter. I have no record of the letter. So as soon as I
But
went,
when did you find out you were in violation of the law?
so what happened is I started renting it in February. I bought the home in June, and I wanted to fix it up and rent out a room. Unlike the person that we heard from earlier who said he makes $40,000 off the listings, the bookings that I have had, like I made 2,000, so I'll tell you about the booking. So it's a very different kind of quality of place. And so it's a cute house. I like it, and I wanted to rent a room out to bring my monthly expenses down a little bit, but it wouldn't cover my mortgage or anything like that. So what happened is I am not from here. I didn't know about the restrictive permits here. I've used Airbnb for years to travel. I'm a professor, and before that I was a grad student, and so I used it to travel a lot, and I'd thought about doing it, and I planned to do it when I bought the house in Nashville, but I wanted to fix it up first, and I did. And so in February when I listed it, I was unaware of the things that I needed. In April, I had a conversation with a friend of my boyfriend's who has had an Airbnb property for a year or two, and she had received a citation, and she said, you need to take your listing down. Nashville, the city bought some kind of data mining program, and they're tracking people. I said, what are you talking about? Like, citation for what? So that was a conversation that I had in April, and that's when I took down my listing. There were some stays already booked there, and so that's why the records show that there were stays through April.
How many?
Well, in April, actually, I had a guy visiting from Italy, a singer-songwriter. He stayed there the whole month, so there was one stay in April.
Is that more than 30 days by any chance?
He actually did stay more than the 30 days, but the record of it didn't show that because he adjusted his length of stay afterwards. So he stayed from April 3rd to May 1st.
And that's
So-
probably why the up and down looked that way. Because probably if he was going to stay a week and then stayed another week and then 3 days and, you know.
Well, actually, what happened with the up and down, so that was the second issue that Mr. Osborne had found that I wanted to address, is that I pulled it down immediately, but I did that by snoozing it, which just, it doesn't advertise it. It's the same thing, but it would keep my data there for when I was approved for the permit. So I snoozed it, and the snooze ran out, and it went back up for like a half hour, but I got a notice saying it had gone back up, and I took it back down again immediately. So that was what happened with the up and down.
Okay. Questions of the applicant?
Oh, and I also did receive an email of support from my council member, Freddie O'Connell from District 19, and he emailed the board as well, but he did it at like 12:40 today, so I'm not sure if you got
we
that.
probably didn't get it, but-
I do have it on my phone if you
Okay.
would like to see it. I
Well, we
do
will take your word that
have time to print
my
it.
council person emailed to say that, what did he say? You can say. Yeah, what did
He says, members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Ms. Chevrolet has reviewed her entire case with me, and I'm comfortable supporting her appeal for a Type 1 STRP.
Okay, thank you. Anything else to add?
I think that's about it in terms of my confusion. I was unaware, but since I've found out, I've taken all of the steps. I've tried to go in to get a business license because that's what David Freibut encouraged me to do. They told me that I actually need the permit first, so I have the application filled out here with me and the check. I've got everything ready to go, and I'm anxious to start renting again if you will allow me to.
Okay, very good. Questions of the applicant? No. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Close the public hearing. Letter of support from her council person. Took the listings down. Discussion, motion.
Have discussion, but I will move that the zoning administrator did not err and that applicant be able to apply for the permit 3 months from May 24th, which was the date of the application.
Okay.
And I'll second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. John Michael.
Mr. Chairman, the next case is 2018-355 involving the property at 4711 Park Avenue. Todd Brever is the appellant and owner of that property. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 355? Seeing none, Mr. Osborne will make the presentation on behalf of staff, and then Mr. Brever will have 5 minutes to make the desired presentation. If the appellant will please come forward, we'll now hear from staff.
So we found out about this one through host compliance and sent a notice on December 29, 2017. It looks like operations started back in January 2015 and stopped in May of 2018. We did have a court case, and legal opted to dismiss that one on May 30th. He claimed not to receive that notice, and there were 2 reviews in May that were possibly before he was served the warrant. Looks like the listing was moved on March 2nd, but was reposted again on the 4th, and it looks like it's stayed down since May 29th.
Any questions for Mr. Osborne? We have our packet. There are many, many letters and emails in here. Lots of letters of support, actually. Okay, thank you. Please come forward, identify yourself for the record.
We have a misspelling on there. It's Todd Breyer with a Y. It's 4711 Park Avenue. I'm a landscape architect. I also do a lot of community and volunteer work for the city. I'm on the Academy Board for Metro Virtual School. I was a district commissioner for the Metro Beautification Environment Commission and also chairman for the county, president of the Nashville Historic Cemetery Board, which is a Metro historic site and also a Metro Park. And I take care of Richland Park and Cone School and Richland Library. We started the Airbnb in 2014 and registered, and the house was built in 1894. It's in Sylvan Park, West Nashville, on the National Register of Historic Places. We have a 5-star rating. We've had no incidents. 4 of my neighbors through this appeal case said they weren't even aware that we were doing an Airbnb. We try to be a really good neighbor. After the registration, we thought we were fine with everything, and the first communication I got was this on my door from the sheriff's deputy in May. I called him 4 times. He came by and dropped off the papers and said I had to go to environmental court, but he wasn't really sure why. And then Mary Carolyn Roberts, councilperson, called codes for me, and I got in on the 29th and talked to David Frabet, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and he explained to me what was happening. We immediately took down the listing, canceled all the reservations. He said that we probably would be able to have qualified to be grandfathered in, but that our taxes weren't paid, but we immediately went from his office to the Treasury and got that paid.
There's no grandfathering in. Everyone has to have a permit.
That's what he said to me.
There's no grandfathering in.
Okay. At any rate, that's what we did. We did everything that they asked us to. The next day I went to court and met with Mr. Osborne and the city attorney, and he presented me with that letter, which I have a copy of here. And they dismissed it before the hearing, and then they told me I needed to come here. Mr. Frabet at Codes actually filled all this out for me.
Okay, I want to read the letter of support from Mary Carolyn Roberts, the councilperson for District 20. I would like to offer a letter of support for Todd Breyer when he comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals on July 19th for the STR issue he is petitioning. He is an upstanding member of our city who goes out of his way to serve the community. I have not met someone that gives back more than he does with both his time and resources. He's tried to follow the rules on the STRP legislation, but has gotten caught in a myriad of entanglements and how to proceed. If anyone's trying to do the right thing, it's Todd. I'm asking the BZA, please take into consideration that he's not trying to beat the system. He got misled in the direction he was supposed to go and quickly tried to rectify the situation to no avail. Thank you, Mary Carolyn Roberts. Okay.
We have support letters from all the surrounding neighbors. You may have 30 or 40 of them.
We have a lot. Okay.
As well as the adjacent school, the Alumni Association, the Senior Citizen Center.
Questions of the applicant? And I must say the letters are not generic. They do praise your involvement in the community and the city. Questions?
And you simply didn't know you needed a permit? Is that what?
We thought we registered in 2014, and we thought we were fine after that. I had not received any communication about it. It's just a side thing that I do. My kids help me clean it, and we thought it was running fine. Like I said, we had 5 stars, no incidents, no complaints from neighbors.
Okay, anything else to add?
I believe so.
Okay, let's close the public hearing. Discussion. So he was sent a notice December 29th, 2017, so it's been I guess because of the court thing. So, discussion. Okay, I will take a stab at the motion. I make a motion that we find that zoning administrator did not err in this, but we allow the applicant who the notice was sent on December 29th, 2017, to apply for a permit on Monday.
Oh, second it.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
Get everything in.
Mr. Chairman, the next case of the board's consideration is 2018-361. Scott Berners, the appellant, owner of the property at 2002A 10th Avenue North. Short-term rental case will be presented by Mr. Osborne on behalf of staff. Is there anyone here in opposition to case number 361? Seeing none, if the appellant would come forward, make your presentation for 5 minutes to the board after staff's presentation. There you are.
All right, so we found out about this one on April 4th through host compliance, and host sent the notice. However, I think due to the recent ownership change on that one, it went to the previous owner. Looks like he started the application on April 9th, and it looks like the advertisement was moved on April 23rd, 2018.
Any questions for Mr. Osborne? We have so just one rental?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
That I know about. Yes, sir.
Now that you,
That should be the caveat with all these. These are just the ones that we know about. Yes, sir.
Gets caught on his first time. Officer, I've never done this before. Okay, come here and name, address, and why you're here.
My name is Scott Berner. I live at 2002A 10th Avenue North. Lived in Nashville for 3.5 years.
Okay.
So this is my house. I own a small business in the Opry Mills Mall, so I'm dedicated to Nashville.
Okay, thank you. So how are we here? How'd you hear about Airbnb, and how'd you not hear about the law?
So I did everything. I went in and talked to David, sent in all what I thought was the right notices to my neighbors, and then I advertised, and then I went in. I didn't realize I shouldn't advertise.
So you were in the process of filling out the application and turning everything in, and you advertised before everything was final.
It actually turns out, no, I apologize. So I forget the exact timing, but I was required to send 2 more notices that I wasn't aware of, like people that were like diagonally out the back of me.
Okay, so they wanted more.
So because my lot was like a double lot or something.
Okay.
So that screwed me up completely, and I apologize.
So how many times did you end up renting it out?
So I took the ad down immediately, and I had, I'll say, approximately 5. Because I advertised it for like a total of 5 days or whatever it was. And
But the one person.
And people booked it, correct.
And you canceled those stays, or those stays remained?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you cancel those stays, the 5?
No, I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to screw up everybody's life, like their life, of course, screwing up mine. So I wasn't sure what to do. And unfortunately, I apologize. I work part-time for a restaurant chain downtown, and I work at the mall at my store, so my life is kind of all over the place, which isn't an excuse, but it's...
Okay, questions of the applicant? Anything else to add?
I do have a driver's license that's on this address.
All right, like that. Very good. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Discussion. So in the process of filling out an application, and then just got a little bit too happy to post before he actually was finished. Discussion.
Similar case to many of them today, except that he kept the 5 stays. Seems genuine. He didn't know about that, but he still kept the stays, whereas some other people canceled. Any other comments? Okay, so I will move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicant be allowed to apply for the permit 4 months from the date of his application, which was May 31st, 2018.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, passes. So 4 months after May what?
31st is on the
31st.
application.
Okay. John Michael.
The next case for the board is 2018-367. Meg Williams is the appellant and owner of the property at 205 South 13th Street in East Nashville. This short-term rental case will be presented by Mr. Osborne. If the appellant would please come forward. Is there anyone here in opposition? Seeing none, the appellants will have 5 minutes after Mr. Osborne's presentation.
So we did send a notice on this one on December 29th, 2017. Looks like it operated 10 times between June 2016 to August of 2017. So the notice was sent. Didn't appear like they were booking at the time. We did take a warrant out because the advertisement was still online, but because there's no operation from when we sent the notice to that date, it was dismissed.
Okay. Please come forward, state your name, address, why we're here. And this is the one that Councilman Brett Withers spoke about at the top of the meeting, and I will read his email to us as well. But in his remarks, he talked about an honest mistake and a reasonable request, but this is what he says to us. I've been contacted by the homeowner at 205 South 13th Street, who's coming before the board with an STR appeal for her residence. The homeowner has shared with me that the home was listed on a platform while the homeowners were away on vacation, but otherwise it's an owner-occupied property. We certainly do have neighborhood concerns regarding STRP operations, given the large concentration of those that are operating in the 5 Points area in particular. This homeowner is requesting to be able to obtain a permit in order to be able to come into compliance as a Type 1 permit holder on an ongoing forward basis. Barring any information to the contrary, I support this appeal. Thank you for your service to our county. Brett Withers, Metro Councilman, District 6. Floor is yours.
I'm Meg Williams. I live at 205 South 13th Street. We are here because we had in the past rented our house while we were on vacations and out for long weekends. But then once we kind of heard about the permitting, we stopped. We had stopped renting by that time, but before we knew we were supposed to actually completely remove the listing rather than just blocking the calendar, we had received a letter. So after the environmental court summons, I guess, we went to Metro Codes and found out that the problem was that we had just blocked the calendar instead of completely unlisting the property. The reason we didn't unlist the property was because we had some good reviews that we were scared were going to
Everybody
go away.
wants their 5-star
We want our
rating.
5-star reviews.
You can get those back.
You know, I spend a lot of money on flowers to make this really nice for people, and I want to keep those reviews.
Man, I came to Nashville and I was just treated like royalty. If you ever stay in Nashville, stay with them.
So that's why we're here. We would like to be able to list our house in the future when we do take these vacations and things like that. So.
Okay. Any questions about this case or anything else?
Well, the listing was reposted on March 4th. Why did that happen? That's what our documents say here.
I thought it was blocked until, I have in my notes that it was actually unlisted on, let's see. Sorry, I'm looking for the date here. Do you see something that says what day it was on?
I don't.
Oh, here
It
it
says
is.
it was removed on March 2nd, but then it was reposted on March 4th.
It should, I didn't change the status at all. It was just blocked from the calendar until June 4th, which was when I went to the codes department and set up the hearing today. that's when I was told that I needed to actually remove the listing. So it had
And you
been.
did, when you were told to remove it, you did finally?
Yes.
And we did try to email Mr. Osborne. Unfortunately, our email forgot the period between his first and last name on the email address, and we didn't get a mailer Damon send back to say that it messed up, so we just waited and unfortunately never received anything back.
Okay. So anything else to add?
I don't think so.
Or what have we learned from this process?
To do our due diligence and to get our permit and
Email
be-
properly.
Email
And
properly.
email properly.
Don't be so concerned with your 5-star reviews,
Correct.
even though someone says their dogs were the cutest and so fun to play with. Here you go. Not you or the flowers, it's the dogs. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Discussion. Like I said, this is the one that Councilman Withers thought was an honest mistake.
We didn't have any rentals since December 2017, according to this.
So, motion?
I'll go, okay. I will move the zoning administrator did not err, and that the applicant be able to apply for the permit, I'm going to say 2 months after the date of application, which was June 4th. So that's August 4th.
And
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion's been made, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Good luck. Thank you. John
Mr.
Michael,
Chairman,
last
the next case is 2018-370 involving the property at 579 Valleywood Drive in Council District Number 27, the Rarely Mined Tusculum short-term rental case.
And I must say, I made a mistake. This is the case with the cute dogs, not the last one. Here are the cute dogs. Come forward.
Megan Birmingham is the appellant and owner of the property at this location. We'll hear from staff first. Mr. Osborne will make his presentation, then hear from the appellants.
Okay, Mr. Osborne, tell us about this case. I'm sure you're not going to talk about cute dogs.
Definitely not. Notice was sent on April 3rd, 2018. Looks like there's 15 rentals from October 2017 to March 2018. Looks like the advertisement was removed swiftly after receiving the letter, and nothing since.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Osborne? Oh, thank you. Please come forward. State your name, address, and how many cute dogs you have.
Megan Birmingham, address is 579 Valleywood Drive. We have 2 very adorable dogs.
Okay, why are you here?
Here to.
Are you keeping us here longer than we should be?
I will make it brief. I'm just here asking for leniency on the 1 year.
Why did you not bother to get a permit when you should?
It was an honest oversight. We were first-time home buyers. We're just very excited about having our first home, the Airbnb experience. We traveled with Airbnb quite a bit. Just an honest oversight and not doing our due diligence.
So you got the letter from Mr. Osborne, so what'd you do?
We received the letter on the 9th. I would say even within the hour, we had deactivated the listing. Didn't have any other stays past that. Yeah, just did our due diligence, getting everything we needed to apply for the permit.
Okay, and anything else?
I think that's it. I've lived here for the past 10 years. He's been here 2 years. We've paid back all of our occupancy taxes. We do have signatures from, neighbors in support of the Airbnb.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Nope. Thank you. Going to close the public hearing. Discussion.
This one's pretty much like the others that we've seen. Okay.
Okay, I will move that the zoning administrator did not err and that the applicants be able to apply for the permit 2 months from the date of their application, which was June 5th.
Okay,
I'll
motion's
second.
been made and properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, passes. The applicant will be eligible to apply on Monday. I think we are.
No, 2 months, 2 months
Or 2 months when,
from the date of their application.
well, when was that?
It'll be August the 5th.
Oh, August 5th? Okay, August 5th.
Not too long.
Okay, so I think that's the last case. We'd like to thank the members of the Metropolitan School Board, Chairman Anna Shepard, Dr. Sean Joseph for letting us be here this meeting and next meeting. And go vote. There's early voting. That really let your voice be heard, and thank you. See you all soon.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.